So we'll get started with Committee of the Whole meetings. We're doing policy first, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna pinch it for Lisa and start policy. So we just have just a policy overview tonight for the Policy Committee of the Whole. I should say that there was an executive session held prior to tonight's meeting, April 14th, 2020, where we discussed confidential student-related matters. So Dr. Brown, if you want to kick us off.
Sure. I'll need to be able to share my screen for the PowerPoint that was prepared. If you all don't have it, IT, I can share my screen.
Go ahead, you can share your screen.
Doesn't look like it's sharing. Did someone unshare what was shared prior, the agenda?
Yes.
So I think we're looking at your screen. You just need to click the right thing.
Oh, it must be a delay then, because when I looked, there wasn't anything showing.
There.
Okay. So thank you, Mrs. Brace. Today, we are presenting an overview of our policy work that was started as Mr. Parker entered the district in 2017. A basic overview is provided for you here. At the top of the page, you'll see on the left-hand side that PSBA makes a total of 238 policies available to each of the school districts in the Commonwealth. As a district, since 2017, when this project began, we have adopted a total of 55 policies, adopted and revised. In the center of your page there, you'll see all the series represented, but we have an extra highlight of Series 100, which is our program series, and which was an emphasis and focus for our policy co-chairs that were seated during the 17-18 year and continuing into our current academic year. That being said, all of the policy recommendations that came out of the curriculum audit were prioritized and were moved forward in a manner that supported the new work that came along with working to build the infrastructure of the district. And we also prioritized policies according to the any PDE mandates or guidelines. As you can see in the center of the series 400 and 500 have a strike through them. That's because those series are hereby eliminated by PSBA and are now collapsed into one employee series that captures all types of employees, professional, and any of those other collective bargaining units that the district employs. So you can see where we are there. At the bottom of your page, you'll see exactly how the work progressed throughout the academic years, with the 17-18 and the 18-19 school year being our most busy years, if you'll notice, in terms of adopting and revising policies to support the work. Presently, we have a bit of a stall, working backward. COVID has caused a bit of the stall, and previously we paused for a minute while our new board members were seated and while our new committees were identified and given the charge to lead this committee. The second slide speaks to our policy adoption process. And again, this is an overview, not just for our school board of directors, but for our community to understand how we operationalize the work from the policy level here in the district. Policy recommendations begin at the administration level, where we make those recommendations based on our workflows and our priorities, which again, we're coming from the curriculum audit and any PDE mandates. Those recommendations are made to our policy co-chairs, and I believe they're listed, the policy co-chairs are listed on our website, if you're wondering who they are. Those recommendations are then reviewed by our policy co-chairs based on their comments.
Are you connected?
I'm sorry? Uh-oh. Is there a problem?
Sorry, I thought Janet was not connected, but she is.
Okay, so yeah, so policies that are reviewed by our co-chairs are then moved to policy committee, which is where we are right now. The policy committee is then presented the policies, and based on past practice, as was shared with me, the policies are officially read into record to become a part of the board minutes. During or before that, the policy committee may ask any questions, make any revisions or recommendations that are relevant. Once all of that information is collected, the revised policy is then submitted to our district solicitor for additional review and let us know if we are in line with school code and overall laws that are supporting these policies. Once that is completed, the policies then move to the public voting meeting, which effectively serves as the second reading of the policy. Once the policy is adopted by public vote, the policy is then sent on back to PSBA for them to confirm that everything is within the parameters of the law and school code, and to confirm that it supports the governance work that we partner with them on. Once PSBA confirms that the policy meets their parameters, it is then sent back to the district, where we post on our website within the board doc section of our website. So our last slide here in terms of this overview is basically just letting everyone know where we are and how far we have to go. In this table on the left-hand side, you'll see a list of all the policy series from the 0-100 series, which speaks directly to board procedures, down through 100 through 900. You'll see the total number of policies in the series. And again, we wanted to highlight the significant amount of work that has been done by the policy co-chair and policy committee. We're more than halfway through our policies that relate to our student programming, where you'll see there are 49 listed, and we've gotten through about 35. So the other series are listed there for your reference and are pretty self-explanatory. And that is the last slide.
Sarah, you're muted.
Sorry. All right, thank you, Phoebe. Are there any questions from board members?
I have a question.
Okay.
So when we vote on this today, right, because it needs board approval, right?
No, this doesn't need any board approval. It was just a discussion. A board member at one point had requested an update on where we are in our policy series.
Okay. So this is just really an explanation of the process, not of us, nothing specific with the 55 policies that it had on there. This is just
Right.
process.
Right, we're not approving any policies tonight.
Thank you.
Yep. Are there any other questions from the board or student reps? Okay, and I completely failed to follow the order, and I forgot to let the public know. If you would like to comment, we have 3 meetings tonight. We have policy, education, and finance. So if you would like to comment on anything about policy, you would do that now. When we end this meeting and start education next, that's when you would raise your hand if you have something to comment on an agenda item in the beginning of the meeting, or if you have something to comment on education related that's not on the agenda, that goes at the end of the meeting. And then when we're done with that meeting, we will have a finance meeting, and it's the same process for that. If you have a finance comment, it happens during finance. And if you have a finance non-agenda comment, it happens at the end of the meeting. So if anybody has any policy questions in the public, if you want to raise your hand now, I forgot to ask you when I first started, you can raise your hands and we'll let you speak if it's policy related only for now, and then we'll get to education and finance later. So I'm just going to give you a minute or two to see if any hands go up, and then I'll turn it over to Phoebe to finish off the meeting. All right, I don't see any hands, so Phoebe, if you would like to finish up.
Okay, comments from the public on non-agenda items. Do we have anyone with a question of that? Okay. Old business. Anyone with new business? Okay, grass catcher.
Miss Phoebe, this is Charlie.
Yes.
I just wanted to make a comment, being on the board for about 6 years, that, regarding the policies and, how we're structurally and systematically addressing them. Some of the policies, just so everyone is aware, have not been touched in 20 years. So, updating them and getting to a place is a lot of work, and just want to thank the administration and my colleagues on the board as we continue to work through this, and appreciate Dr. Brown's presentation tonight, and look forward to getting things up to date and in alignment so our children will be better served. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie, for the comment. Any grass catcher items? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion.
Nicholas made the motion. Anyone second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? Say aye.
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 Okay, meeting adjourned.
I guess that means I'm up, huh, Sarah?
Okay.
Hello, everyone. This is Mrs. Wilt. I'd like to call the Education Committee meeting of the whole of the Allentown School District to order for today, Thursday, May 14th, 2020. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to discuss middle school transformation, 21st century external evaluators, Carbon Lehigh Intermediate Unit 21, and graduation moving forward. Mr. Parker, do you have any comments to share at this time?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I want to actually take my superintendent comment time for each of the 3 meetings today and combine it into this one space. A lot of the conversation that we've been having here recently about the digital divide culminated in the district producing a survey for our parents and students, and partnering with LVPC to map some of that data. So if you remember, last month we asked for and received support from the board. Thank you very much for a data sharing agreement with LVPC. And I thought it only fitting that we take a few minutes today to just, during the superintendent comment section, share out some of the early returns of that data. Lots more work to go. We know that the impact of COVID-19 has a short-term right now consideration, as well as a long-term consideration for the needs for technology and Wi-Fi for our students. So I'm going to turn the ball over to Dr. Brown, but we wanted to, because we did ask for that agreement last month, and it is a really important topic. Plus, that's fairly new for us. We wanted to be able to come back immediately with some interim results so that you get a sense of the information and how we're processing through the concern based on that approval. Dr. Brown? You muted?
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me? My apologies. Great. So as Mr. Parker said, this is an opportunity for us to give an update on some progress actually on initiative that was actually rooted in a lot of the work that started back in 2017 when the school board of directors identified a number of district priorities that we would focus on. Here in our theory of action, we see two of them that this work really grew out of. First, centering the district's work on personalized learning and instruction. And then secondly, the collaboration, the meaningful collaboration of the district with our families and our community. When you take a peek at this slide here, you can see that early on in the green box, we identified that a priority would be to enhance and expand the use of technology to be able to provide anytime, anywhere access and increase for our student-centered learning activities. And this work that we're about to share this evening, along with one of our community partners, is exactly some of the first foundational steps to meeting and addressing that strategic action. Additionally, in our strategic framework, we identified this whole notion and idea of a one-to-one device model. And as you know, the digital divide really breaks down into two primary arguments, if you will. The argument for increased access to a device for students, as well as the requisite increased access to high-speed internet. And again, this comes directly from our framework. And while the vision was there early on, it's so great to see a project like this come to fruition with partners and actual tangible outcomes that we're about to share. And here's the collaboration piece that we spoke to and envisioned and know that we need to have and promote as we move forward our priorities for the district. One of them being in the critical area of goal area 3, information transparency and access, and really building and expanding our partnerships. So here we have sort of a marriage, if you will, of two dynamic organizations, the Allentown School District and the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, both working toward a similar identical goal, but from different paradigms or different angles in the community. And so that whole notion of closing the digital divide, the district currently presents with a complex need within our student and family population. We administered a survey, as Mr. Parker said, a technology survey, access to technology survey, where at present, I believe we have more than 13,000 individual responses. The first time that we culled the data, we were at about 9,500 responses, and those responses represented approximately 4,800 households. So that's our initial preliminary working number. Right now, our partner is cleaning and synthesizing the updated data. But for right now, at this point in time, we're using that number of 4,800 households. And what we found was the need is particularly great, but it's even magnified within certain zip codes, which we'll share later. While we're working on this, and as you saw, we identified these as priorities back in 2017, we have a partner in the community, Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, a regional agency really committed to improving local infrastructure and support for economic as well as educational equity, working toward the same goal. How do they enhance the educational attainment and support goals of the local education agency? And so we will turn this over to them. We have with us presenting tonight Becky Bradley, the Executive Director of the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission. I will allow her to pick up from here, and then I will rejoin the conversation, giving some more specifics about where we are going and what are some tangible outcomes for this work as we move forward.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. And I didn't know if you wanted me to share my slides, or we could keep using yours, and then I'll go to screen share to show you the nice map that we have.
Oh, I can stop sharing and allow you to share.
Oh,
Yeah,
awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just a moment, everybody. Hi, I'm Becky Bradley. I'm the Executive Director at the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission. And I just wanted to see, can everybody see my slides before I move forward?
Yep, we can.
Yes, we can see them.
Thank you. Okay, great. Just really quickly, I know some of you do know the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, but for those that don't, we are the federally designated metropolitan planning organization. So we do a lot of transportation planning and then investment on behalf of the U.S. Department of Transportation. And then that flows to Pennsylvania Department of Transportation and Atlanta. But we're also the 2-county planning agency for Lehigh and Northampton counties. So we get involved in everything from environmental planning to parks, rec, and open space planning. And a number of you were involved in the update of our regional plan, which just wrapped up. It's called Future LV at the end of last year. And there were 2 key things that came from our educational partners in the development of that plan that really have supported the partnership that we have today with the Allentown School District. And that first thing that came out of the plan was specifically that the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission should collaborate with our educational institutions to expand access to education, and that we would expand equitable access to technology that would remove barriers to education and employment. We may have been psychic and not know it, but at the end of the day, this came from working with the Allentown School District, Bethlehem School District, our colleges and universities. So that really supported the partnership that we have today, and really is no different than the strategic plan mission that the school district has that Dr. Brown showed a few moments ago. So we kind of came together through the United Way of the Greater Lehigh Valley and some nonprofit government partner working groups and presentations that they've been doing during the pandemic. And I had the opportunity to hear from Dr. Parker on one of those calls. And said, hey, you know what, this really ties squarely, what the Allentown School District would like to accomplish really ties squarely with some of the things that is in our mission and that we need to do. So that really helped us define the problem together. So there are over 16,000 students, as you're aware, in the school district. There's existing gaps in technology access that really prevent digital education. And so the Allentown School District put together this wonderful survey, which you heard about, which really drilled down on do students have access to a device, a computer, a tablet, something that they can use for remote education. And then the infrastructure piece of that is, do they actually have connectivity so they can use that device if they do have that? So that really led to us identifying areas of need. So comparing the Allentown School District to Lehigh Valley Planning Commission data. And we had actually started an equity analysis, and we wanted to kind of merge that with the Allentown School District survey. There's a lot of important reasons for that. One, it acts as a control in a lot of ways. So that helps then protect individual household data where there may be students in that, and then compare it with overall equity metrics that have been set by the commission in partnership with a variety of government agencies, including the Census Bureau and U.S. Department of Transportation. So to set that control, we kind of looked at those big data sets. So how does housing and cost burden families and affect vehicle access and people getting to jobs and the poverty rate, and how does that tie in with the student poverty rate, unemployment, and all of those things that can create challenges, not only for households as a whole and for parents, but that translate down to the children in those homes. So we mapped that stuff out. We actually started that project in 2018, and we kind of did it on a regional level. But as we kind of came together and matching the survey data that the Allentown School District had with the equity analysis, we just updated the equity piece specifically for Allentown. So you could get a better and more accurate picture of what was going on inside the city itself and how that would then affect the school district. So we took all of those things that you saw in the previous slide, updated them into a variety of geographies. And here's a static map of really what it looks like here. If a place had a very low equity score or a darker green color, that means it had less access to opportunity. The lighter the green color, almost to the yellow, means it had a higher access to opportunity. And again, this map is just within the city of Allentown, not compared to the region as a whole. So that serves as a good control as it relates then to mapping out the Allentown School District survey data. The initial round of data that we had, as Dr. Brown noted, had 9,383 total survey responses. The school district has transferred the additional survey responses to us, which gets us all over a little more than 13,000. We just finished geocoding those today, and I'll show you the maps in a minute and why that's important. And so we should have updated information over to the school district in the next week. But what we found collectively was that 5,241 students lacked a device, whether it's a computer or a tablet. And that affected 742 households that also did not have access to high-speed internet or connectivity that would support remote education. I'm going to show you some static maps here, and then we're going to switch over to the actual online interactive map that we have. So this map really is what we call a heat map or a hotspot map. This one specifically looks at access to high-speed internet, or that second component of the survey, which shows those 742 individual households without access. The darker the purple color means there's less access to that connectivity, that broadband network, that cellular network, whether wired or unwired network that would support digital education. And then this shows it over the equity analysis. And so what this does then is it shows you that by and large, those major data sets from the Census Bureau, Bureau of Labor Statistics, and so on and so forth, give us a window into where they're likely to have less access to connectivity overall, whether it's for students or as the population as a whole. So they do align fairly nicely, though it's not nice why they align. So the second piece of this is then how many students have access to a device or a computer, for lack of a better term. And if you'll notice, this heat map shows that static map, that it's similar, yet you have the South Mountain area with having a less access to devices, yet a higher overall, when you put the two over each other, access to connectivity. So again, you can throw that over the equity analysis and see to some extent that the equity analysis serves is a good control and can give us a window into then maybe where we would want to support some broader investment to solve, as Dr. Parker had said, that long-term need to close the digital divide. So we have the immediate concern of needing school related to the pandemic, and making that happen as quickly as possible. But we also have the long-term vision of completely solving these equity issues, especially as it relates to the digital divide. So I'm going to flip over here really quickly to our online mapping that we did. And can everybody see the website that just came up?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Mm-hmm. So we have a really robust geographic information system, which ties then information like that survey data to a physical location on the earth. And we set this up, again, making sure that we were maintaining confidentiality, and that was in accordance with our data sharing agreement that we have at the LVPC. We created this map, and there's a series of layers, which I'll walk you through. The first one here really shows the different Allentown Tier 1 schools. So Central, Cleveland, McKinley, Ramos, so on and so forth. And you see those in the different colored boundaries that are on the map. You also see the individual school buildings, which you could actually click on and see the name of the school if you're interested. We tied that to the different levels of education as well. That's a new thing that we just got loaded in actually today for you at the school district. So there's also another series of things that you can look at as it relates to the digital divide. So you see you've got the municipal boundary of Allentown. You can, zoom in and out too, with this map, which is really great because then you can actually get down to the street grid and see specific locations where there's higher percentage. But again, we're protecting the individual information. You can look at this information by zip codes as well. You can turn these layers on and off so you can see how different things relate. You can throw on that equity score, again, our control and all this to try to balance out protection of information and double check global accuracy for our longer term goal of solving the digital divide. And then one of the first one that I want to show you here is related to, and I apologize here, my layer list collapsed on me here, is access to computer, and this is density by students. And so you can see as you zoom in by zip code or catchment area, for lack of a better term, and I apologize if I got that term incorrect, that you have a high concentration of students without a computer right here around the Cleveland Elementary School. And you can see that with those darker purple colors. We can switch then over to high-speed internet access as well. And you'll see that the areas are not dissimilar, again, centered around Cleveland Elementary School in this example. But if we zoom out, we can also see those other areas. And you can turn on both. And we're actually trying this today for the first time. They were both purple earlier in the day, and you really couldn't tell where you had really significant issues of not only not having devices, but not having internet access. So we are playing with the colors still, but we want to give you a preview tonight. And you can see that there is some correlation, but there's also some difference. So again, we're going to keep playing with the colors so we can make sure that you can see the different layers through each other. And I'll move this around just a little bit more so you can see it. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off the high-speed internet access. So now we're basically just showing access to a computer. Then you turn on access to not having access to a computer and not having access to high-speed internet. And you really start to see how those, where those needs really are. And the idea being that that would help support the quick deployment of digital education and the problem solving needed with that. But in the long term, we could try to work together with the city, United Way, Lehigh Valley Health Network, you name it, to try to solve the problem. So that's where we're at today. And I'll turn it back over to Dr. Brown and Dr. Parker if there are any questions.
So I'll slide back in here for just a second before I pass the ball back to Dr. Brown. And for me, more commentary than anything else. When we think about equity, we think about the children and the families and the communities that we serve. And I talk about poverty and the fact that we are in this country, in this Commonwealth, and in this county dealing with the effects of people who are living in poverty. And there aren't any surprises when we started looking at the data in terms of those really densely populated areas in the downtown area being the ones that have the most need. This is not an educational issue. It plays out in educational circles. This is a community issue. This is a city issue. This is an issue of poverty and how we as citizens of this city, of this Commonwealth, and of this country support families who are living in poverty so that those kids have access to the American dream in the way that we all have access to it. So we are working through this as a school district to ensure that we can meet the needs of kids, but by no means am I shy about saying that this, if nothing else, puts the onus and responsibility on everybody else in this community, not to address technology per se, but there's an exact overlay of the families and kids who need and don't have access, and those who are living in areas based on LVPC's data that live in poverty. So how do we address the larger issue that we know impacts education? Back to those themes of social determinants of health. If you overlay health data, you're probably going to see the same hot spots show up. So the school district being a connector and a collaborator, we're absolutely going to work to push all facets of our community to begin directing resources, or to continue directing resources to those who are most in need. This is just one of those areas where we can identify the families that are the most in need don't have a number of resources. That's my commentary. I'm sorry, Dr. Brown.
Great. Let me unmute here. Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Oh, okay, perfect. So next steps. So what do we do with all of this data now that we have it? We understand where our pockets of poverty exist and how they contribute to the digital divide. Our immediate next step, and this is actually already underway, is identifying additional partnerships to support the need that has been identified. Along with that, we'll have to do some internal evaluation to see where we can reallocate funds that could support the closing of the digital divide. But first, I'm going to go ahead and explain to you a recent partnership that we've recently reestablished or redefined, if you will. Presently, the Allentown School District Foundation, along with the Century Fund, being the funder, has allocated approximately $240,000 to the school district by way of the foundation to support us with this need. So what can we do with that? Mr. Parker has been in contact with liaisons from T-Mobile in connection with the Allentown School District Foundation, where we are able to acquire, through the donation, 1,000 Wi-Fi hotspots for our district families. These hotspots will include 12 months of service with 2 gigs of internet capacity, and we're expected to receive these devices sometime during the week of May 18th. So then the question becomes, okay, you have this zip code information. How then will you make sure it gets directly to the families? Up until this point, you've heard a lot of data, but you've heard it at the zip code sort of level and the boundaries level of the district. What we needed to do was find a way to have confirmation and another layer of verification, if you will, but at the family level. And so what we did was we took those zip codes that we know are prioritized, and you heard mention of our tier 1 zip codes. Though the tier 1 zip code is 18102, and then they're ranked sequentially after 18102. So our most neediest zip code is 18102. We have less need at 18103, and then finally the least need in 18101, based on our data to date. What we did was we took everything that our partner LVPC has offered us, and we cross-referenced that with a very clean data set that comes directly to the district from Department of Welfare, Public Services, where our families, our students, based on 4 indicators: receipt or use of SNAP benefits, receipt of medical access, TANF benefits, and or migrant status, are all confirmed and validated through this digital exchange of data between the district and the state. It's disaggregated in a way that we can see exactly which families within each zip code, within each building, we need to prioritize. And so that is how we will distribute these Wi-Fi hotspots. Additionally, if you look at the second column, you'll see the total number of direct cert. The process I explained to you was our direct cert data. You'll see exactly how many directly certified families are in each zip code. So as you can see, there are approximately 8,800 families within the zip code of 18102. Those 8,800 families represent 53% of the whole. So the total number of families down at the last row is approximately 16,664 as of April 1, the date that this data was called. And so because that zip code represents the highest percentage of the whole, they are entitled to receive an equitable percentage of the resource that we're allocating, which is the Wi-Fi hotspots. That in turn means that out of the 1,000 hotspots, 530 of those will be distributed to the schools that are listed in the last column. As you review those schools that are listed there, you will see a number behind them, Cleveland being number 1. And this is another connection point. Cleveland is our highest ranked school with poverty when it comes to our Title I rankings. You saw on the data that around the Cleveland area, there was the most concentrated poverty with regard to access to internet and devices. So each building principal will have a list of their direct cert families so that in Cleveland, they're absolutely distributing a Wi-Fi hotspot to those families that are directly certified. That is the first way. There is anecdotal information that principals or homeschool visitors or parent liaisons may have where they know of families, and will absolutely use room for that as well. But as you know, when there are scarce resources, you must be objective and intentional with your distribution process. And so that is why we are ensuring that we're using absolute, verified, reliable, and valid data points to ensure that our process gets us to exactly the families that we need to support initially. And as new donations come in of fiscal dollars to purchase Wi-Fi hotspots or Wi-Fi hotspots, this is the equitable approach and distribution process that we will follow. So I will pause there because that is our last slide.
Dr. Brown, this is really wonderful. Question, what does it mean to be directly certified?
A directly certified student is a student that is identified, and the report comes to us from the state through food services. They are identified as being economically disadvantaged based on 4 indicators at the state level: receipt of SNAP benefits, which is the food stamps program, use of medical access, TANF benefits, which is equivalent to temporary cash assistance, and then migrant status. So those are clean ways that are identified by an external agency that we have the absolute concrete data to verify that these in fact are impoverished families.
That's great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does the board have any other questions for Dr. Brown? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that presentation. Secretary Murillo, are there any public comments on the agenda items for tonight's meeting?
There is nothing. Thank you.
Okay, well then I will kick it back to Dr. Brown, who I believe is our first presentation on middle school transformation.
Great, I'm just going to go back to sharing my screen. Okay, thanks. So thank you, Mrs. Will. It's great to be back in front of everybody, albeit virtually, to actually talk about, again, another initiative that was rooted back in our work that began in 2017 with our strategic framework. And again, the identification of what then was a vision, a notion that was prioritized through our board our board leadership of middle school transformation. While we didn't exactly have the nuanced pieces of it spelled out, we absolutely knew that it was something that our community let us know was an issue, and B, our school board of directors needed to prioritize, and consequently our superintendent as well. So way back in 2017, you can see we identified a definition, a very high level definition of what we believed middle school transformation, a vision of middle school transformation to be. Just a reminder, this information, this thick, rich description, as some folks would call it, this qualitative information, came directly from our stakeholder groups in the community. Mr. Parker and the administration, we participated in over 40 stakeholder group and individual focus group conversations. We had meetings in partnership with Upside Allentown in each of the zones, and we even doubled back to different boundaries within the city, really asking 3 key questions. You know, what could we be doing better? What has your experience been? And how do you see this playing out? What are some priorities for you as a family member, even as a student? We had students participate. And so all of that had us move into the second sort of thinking, if you will, that although we heard from our community that middle school was a tension point, we also knew that we needed to identify it within the critical goal area too. Again, under that goal area of creating an environment for improved personalized instruction doesn't solely rest on a device. Yes, a device can be a part of it, but personalized instruction really has equity at the core of it. How are you personalizing each student's experience to capitalize on what they bring to the table? And how do we teach them to navigate those contextual factors that we know have the ability to impede their learning experience? So again, we tried to go a step further, not really having the clear teased out characteristics and variables, but understanding that we needed middle grades transformation. And while we weren't able to identify a baseline metric yet, let's show our community in print that we're serious about this and we understand the key tenets of it. So you'll see that progress indicator listed there without a baseline because we didn't have a baseline at that time. But then you'll also see at the end of the page how we identified building level transformation capacity and identified it as being rooted in results-oriented leadership, integrated professional learning, and absolutely a robust instructional core program. And all of the work that you've been hearing from this administration since Mr. Parker has entered into the district has really focused on how do we improve the core, he'll say the tier 1 core education for our students, but how do we also work around that climate to support the core as well. Again, we identified a whole school transformation model for each district middle school back in 2017 as well. So again, just wanting to reintroduce work that was introduced to our community back in 2017. So while all of that was taking place, the new administration was being seated, we were going out into the community, a lot of things were happening at the state level. First and foremost, PDE was restructuring their state accountability student to support the new ESSA reg that was coming out. As such, we knew that there were going to be new designations, and we had a hunch based on a review of our own internal data that our middle schools could be designated. And as it tended to be, our middle schools, all 4 of them, were identified as in need of comprehensive school improvement or CSI designations. And just to really acknowledge the profoundness of that designation, there are 500 approximately districts in the Commonwealth, 500 districts with multiple schools. Out of all of the middle schools in the Commonwealth, our middle schools are in the bottom 5%. So we absolutely heard from our community, our parents, our teachers, our students, that is absolutely unacceptable. And so that's another part that's driving the sense of urgency and the idea that we must be strategic, intentional in this work. As a result of that designation, the district sought to improve or expand, I'll say, our relationship with PDE. So prior to 2017, where the relationship was really rooted in compliance, really just checking off a box, we really began to sit down with leadership from the State Department of Education. Even Secretary Rivera has been to the Lehigh Valley at least twice that I can remember. But with his leadership team, we sat at the table to say, hey, here's our strategic framework. So anything that we do, we have to make sure that it's absolutely integrated and it absolutely speaks to what we heard our families and our students need. And so that brought us to establishing and expanding a partnership through our current superintendent's leadership with the Century Fund. Again, this is all going on at the same time in two separate spheres, but just as we joined hands with the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, we did the same thing with a few partners here. And this slide represents that four-way partnership. So here you have the ASD school district with, at the time, approximately 17,000 students, 20% representing as English learners and students with IEPs, 100% poverty, as you can see, and then a multi-year structural deficit. And that's important, as you'll hear later, because if you're facing a deficit, the hardest thing to do is to prioritize equity and to prioritize teaching and learning pieces that you need to move forward. Our PDE partner, through their partnership, they have allocated over a 2-year period approximately $4 million for our CSI schools, about $2 million each year last year, and then for next year to support this CSI work. We have the Century Fund, who has an investment into our district, not just in a larger project known as the Century Promise, but they've also allocated some of their resources to support middle school transformation as well. And then lastly, to the table, but certainly not least, we have Mass Insight. Mass Insight is positioned as one of the national leaders on school improvement practices, which they have implemented and researched in a number of schools across the nation. And they're absolutely a dynamic partner that we need to support and move this work forward in a meaningful and timely way, and on budget, if you will. So at this point, I believe that we have my colleague Jenna Bullock, who I will hand this presentation over to so that she can move forward with introducing Mass Insight.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Good evening, board members, and good evening to all of those who are joining us. My name is Jenna Bullock, and I am with Mass Insight Education and Research, and I'm happy to have a chance to share a little bit about middle school transformation this evening. First, before we dive right in, I have been with Mass Insight for about 4 years, and prior to that was a high school teacher, biology teacher, and have spent a lot of time working in teaching and learning and school planning since. So again, happy to be here. In terms of how we'll spend our time, 4 main questions we want to be able to provide some overview to. First, who is Mass Insight? What are we about? And what role do we play in middle school transformation? Also, why is middle school transformation so important? Dr. Brown already started to touch on this. How's middle school transformation going? We have some updates and progress to share with you all. And finally, how will stakeholders be included and informed throughout? So to dive into who Mass Insight is, we are an education nonprofit that is mission driven. We envision a world in which students' performance and life outcomes are not correlated to race, ethnicity, zip code, or social class. And that is because all students have access to quality education. And so our organization began in 1997, and since we have done field research and have worked with partners across states at the state level, at the district level, and school level. And in 2007, we published the Turnaround Challenge, which was really all of our research on what it takes to improve and transform schools, specifically of CSI designation. And that was certainly not the terminology in 2007, but the concept of the bottom, sort of lowest performing 5% of schools. What does it take to transform that system. And so since we've had a chance to, again, partner with a variety of states and districts, you'll see a map with some of our partnerships highlighted, and are certainly excited to be with Pennsylvania and Allentown specifically. In terms of what we are about, all of that research in the field and our partnerships along the way have taught us a lot about what school improvement looks like and what works. And so here's a quick synopsis of what we've learned over the past 2 decades. First and foremost, there is no magic wand in school improvement. Certainly if there was, we would all have it by now. Every school has strengths. While schools, particularly those in the bottom 5% of performance, face incredible challenge, there are strengths throughout that need to be leveraged and can be maximized. And that's a core pillar of our understanding about school improvement. Additionally, different challenges can produce the same results. So those challenges require tailored solutions. For example, there may be 2 schools, fictional schools, that are experiencing low performance in math. And one school, the situation may be that math is scheduled at the end of the day. And there's research that supports that student attention span at points declines towards the end of the day. And at a different school, it might be that the school adopted a new math curriculum in 7th grade. And so teachers need additional support and development. In each case, there's low math performance, but one might have to do with the schedule, and another might have to do with support, development, and curriculum and teaching and learning. And so both of those challenges may present the same, but they actually require different solutions. We think context matters a whole lot. Next, a common mistake in terms of school improvement is rather not doing enough, but trying to do too much. When everything is a priority, nothing is a priority. And a huge challenge for schools is narrowing, focusing, and committing to a small set of priorities that are manageable. The people doing the work have to own the work. The school stakeholders are the most important to the work in terms of ownership, investment, and input. And finally, again, over the past 10 years and more, there are sort of these emerging elements that we've learned about in terms of what it takes to transform schools. And we organize all of our work around those learnings. And then finally, what is our role in middle school transformation within Allentown? We are a thought partner. We are a facilitator, a convener, a synthesizer. We aim to support the project from a project manager standpoint. We by no means are a decision maker. We help to guide the process along. And so we are fortunate to sit at the intersection of many different layers of the system. And so PDE is a huge partner in this, and we have their collaboration and support. Mr. Parker spoke of that earlier. And we also have district level engagement, certainly conversations, and also at the school level. And so this is certainly an all-around effort at each layer of the system, and we get to play the role of facilitator, convener at each level. Why is middle school transformation so important? Dr. Brown mentioned a few minutes ago that each middle school is CSI designated. And that's really important because middle school success has a lot to do with high school success and then related life outcomes. And when Mr. Parker put together the original middle school transformation proposal, he cited the research of University of Chicago, which really go into what we can learn from and what we know about success in middle schools. So let me talk through a couple of the graphics that are here. One thing the University of Chicago found is that attendance matters a whole lot in middle school for students being on track by high school. And so this graphic shows an 8th grader with a 99% attendance rate. And the probability of that 8th grader being on track in 9th grade is 93%. The 8th grader who has a 93% attendance rate, you can see has only a 66% chance probability of being on track in 9th grade. So even just the 6% difference in attendance rate creates considerable difference for 9th grade readiness. Below the image, you'll see 4 gray boxes. These boxes represent the current regular attendance rate at each middle school in Allentown, ranging from 73.6% to 84.6%. And as you can imagine, you can think of how that plays out in terms of probability of being on track by 9th grade. The other piece of research that University of Chicago found is that GPA matters a lot. And so academic performance, academic success. And currently, the English language arts proficiency and math proficiency of middle schools in Allentown hovers between 9% and 40%. And again, the school district and Mr. Parker, Dr. Brown have certainly heard the call from the community around the need for transformation of middle schools. So this work is incredibly important. It is state mandated in terms of the CSI designation, and it makes a whole lot of difference for kids in terms of readiness in high school and related life outcomes. In terms of how it's going, we'd love to provide a status update. In partnership with the state, the school district received a 60-day extension for CSI planning. That is great news. Again, there's this real collaboration between the state and the district. The state acknowledges that due to the current crisis, COVID-19, that the district needs more flexibility. They need to be able to be responsive to the community, to the families, and all that folks are navigating during this time. And so you'll see the 4 projects show up here on the screen. This is how the work is organized over the next few months. Again, originally planned to be finished by the end of May, received an extension so that there's flexibility to be responsive to the needs of the community. So first, there's really an understanding of what's happening with middle schools that is in progress and on track. There's a real need to have conversations at the district level about how the district can better support their middle schools. That's also in progress and on track. Coordinating partners, that has not yet started, also on track. We will work on that once we have a chance to work more with schools on what their needs are. And finally, CSI planning. In terms of community engagement, you'll see that this runs across the bottom. That's to illustrate that community engagement is an ongoing process that needs to be part of every single project. We are excited to share some of the ways in which stakeholders have been engaged so far and upcoming opportunities. So this is also very much in progress and on track. To dive a little bit deeper into the first project, we want to share what has already happened and what's about to happen next. So Mass Insight, our team, was able to visit each middle school for an entire day the first week of March. And during that visit, we had interviews with school leadership. We facilitated focus groups with staff members, students, and family members. We spoke to 40 to 80 different people during each one of those visits. We observed classrooms, we observed common spaces, we observed arrival and dismissal and lunch. And we did an analysis of data and documents, not only those that are publicly available, but those that the school and the district provided, survey data and meeting agendas and lesson plans to better understand the current conditions within each and every middle school. And last week we met with principals to share an update with them and share some next steps. And so this week we are finalizing our first planning session with school leadership. We talked with Rob and Trexler yesterday. We talked with Harrison Morton today, and we'll speak with South Mountain tomorrow. And between now and the end of May, we'll have an opportunity to facilitate that first CSI planning session in which the school will get to build on their current work. What are the strengths? What are the opportunities that still exist? and start to develop what are the most urgent and pressing priorities now, especially given COVID-19. And so we will facilitate a virtual session for school teams. How will stakeholders be included and informed? Again, it is critical that stakeholders are engaged each step of the way. Key stakeholders certainly include families, current families, not only, but also families of fifth graders who have students who will be transitioning into the middle schools. Additionally, school staff and community members, partners, school innovation teams, business partners, the board certainly, and also the primary funder, the Century Fund. We had a chance to speak with the Century Fund earlier. And we wanted to share too a middle school transformation website. This will be the hub for stakeholders to receive updates, information, and also provide input and feedback along the way. And we're excited to share that with you. Dr. Brown, I'll leave it to you on. Perfect. Great. Thank you so much.
Oh, I was going to turn it over to you. Would you like to take over or what?
Sure, I'm happy to share the website.
Yes, yes, please.
All right. My hope is that you can see a website that says Middle School Transformation. I will zoom us out just a little bit so we can see more of the page at once. Great. Okay, so this is the homepage that folks will come to for Middle School Transformation. We have set up a why, a what, and a how. This is an opportunity for any community stakeholder to learn more about what middle school transformation is and how it's happening. I'll just preview real quickly here the why page. This is what we just shared with you, the graphic from the University of Chicago's research, and also the current information and data around proficiency of middle schools in Allentown. I think most exciting is actually what's up here at the top. For each and every stakeholder group, there's a special page made for that group. And so, for example, let's click on Rob Families for just a moment. Every school has a families page, and we will continue to update, and by we, that really in partnership with the school district, update the pages based on what's coming up, where there are opportunities for input, so that everyone can stay informed. Here you'll see a family survey. These are links both in English and in Spanish. We are working on also making sure for some families there is a survey in Arabic. There's an opportunity for folks to join a school innovation team, and certainly there will be upcoming events posted. There's a communities partners page. This is an interest form that if there are community partners who are interested in supporting or offering programs to middle schools, they will submit an interest form. And along the way, the school district will be able to align interest with school needs. Certainly, there are many partners already hard at work with schools. And so there's an opportunity to spotlight those here at the bottom of the page. For business leaders, similarly, there is an interest form. We know that the community at large in Allentown is really interested in the success of middle schools. And so there's an interest form here. There's, again, an opportunity to join the school innovation team. And there's also a link to the donors choose of middle school classrooms. And so we're excited certainly about the partnership that ASD has already secured with Donors Choose. And this is a great way for business partners and leaders to also contribute directly to classrooms of middle schools. There is a page for school board members where we will continue to post upcoming events. The Century Fund, again, as a primary funder, sharing the acknowledgement and appreciation of their significant and generous contributions and tying it into the Century Promise. The Century Promise logo you'll see also at the bottom of each web page as a way to, again, appreciate and acknowledge their contributions. With that, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Brown, Mr. Parker, for any questions, comments, or additional considerations.
Right. I think that concludes our presentation. I would just offer Mr. Parker or Ms. Wilt any comments. That concludes our presentation.
Mr. Parker, do you have any additional comments?
Just kudos to Dr. Brown, kudos to Jenna and with Mass Insight, the leadership around pulling this middle school transformation vision from the sky to identifying resources to support it, communicating with PDE. The work that Mass Insight is doing here in the district is not paid for by ASD. The Department of Education is funding that support for us. This has been truly a collaborative effort. We're excited about going into next year with some developing plans for how we transition and address the largest academic concern in our district, which is not losing our babies when they get to the middle school level. So excited and looking forward to continuing.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members? And bear with me. Oh,
Yes.
go ahead.
I want to say that I'm very
Hands,
excited.
I didn't see any, so go ahead, Phoebe.
Okay, I'm very excited about this. This is something that's been a part of me, middle school transformation. I know for a fact from my own experience with my 3 sons, how we could lose them in middle school. How I don't know what happens to those children, but they kind of lose their minds. But in the same sense, we've got to make sure that we don't lose them, that we do what we need to do to listen to them, to hear what they're saying, and have a whole, and this is what we're going to be doing with middle school transformation, is making sure that we give them what they need and more to succeed. Because if we don't catch them now in the middle school, we lose them in the high school. And I'm glad that this team has made this a priority. And I thank you guys for that. I thank Century Fund for it. I thank Dr. Brown for, and Jenna for also doing this, and Mr. Parker, just for spearheading this, because I know for a fact, Lisa and I have lived through it. Nancy, you lived through it. You know what it takes to get those children from the middle school into the high school and to keep them engaged. So the fact that our school district has said, failure is not an option. That's what we have said. Failure is not an option. And so we're going to build on that. And I thank you for building on that.
Thank you, Phoebe. Any other board members have any comments or questions regarding the middle school transformation presentation? All right, I'm looking.
Hi,
Go ahead.
Cheryl. I think it's wonderful. Well, the extra feature that I'm very happy to see is the website, because I think it's going to be key for us to really separate out the concern and put it in a priority status. So I really appreciate seeing that. Is there going to be a link that goes from the ASD page to that website that you can just click on, or some type of?
Yes, there will be multiple ways that my apologies. There'll be multiple ways that
on the ASD Allentown.org site.
Sure, you sound kind of like you're underwater.
So there'll be multiple ways that the link will be disseminated to the public.
I wasn't walking. I was trying to hear Lucretia. I didn't hear you, Dr. Brown. I just heard yes.
My apologies. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. There'll be multiple ways and that it'll be disseminated to the public, and I didn't hear after that.
Just that they will include, yes, a direct link from our website, direct contact with families. We will absolutely use our app to be able to target our middle school families in that regard. Again, just direct contact, flooding and saturating the market with this message, because as you heard in the presentation, our school innovation teams need to make sure that we're gathering and capturing that elementary population as well, so that we can begin the pipeline early and begin to shift mindsets at the staff and student and family level as we move forward on this trajectory.
Really great.
And since Dr. Brown, that you're over communications, I ask that you, you know, put it into our Spanish newspapers, our Spanish radio, you know, La Mega and Latina, and, you know, just shout this message out. This is what we're doing. We love our students, and this is how we're showing it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's El Terrell, Lerazon, and a couple more that I don't remember their names, but we definitely got to shout this out.
We will. We'll make contact with you to make sure we have that list.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other board members? Well, then I would just like to say, before we move on to the next item, because this was just a presentation and discussion, there's no need to make a motion. I would also like to just reiterate, I appreciate all of the effort and the hard work that has gone into this middle school transformation. Ms. Phoebe is correct in that it's key that we engage and capture our kids' love of learning, or continue our kids' love of learning as they enter middle school, because we all know that there's so many factors that go into why that may go astray. And so I just want to say thank you to the administration for making this a priority. I'm excited to see what the work that Mass Insight does with the district moving forward. And I did have, just as an FYI, Jenna had the opportunity one morning when walking the dog to talk to a staff member who you had met with at Rob the day before, who was extremely excited about the ability to share and is looking forward to working with you all as well. So on that note, I thank you for presenting and look forward to seeing what happens. And I'm going to kick it back to Dr. Brown for our next agenda item for the 21st Century External Evaluator. Or maybe I'm kicking it to Melissa Smith. I'm not sure. You're both on.
I'm sorry, I was muted. My apologies. Thank you, Mrs. Wilt. Yes, before we hand off to Melissa Smith, I just wanted to introduce the item. It's a contract for an external evaluator to review our 21st century programs. The highlight that I wanted to share before I hand it off is this is an exciting time, because this work and this contract is really going to support the alignment of our after school extended day programs to really support the core that's happening during the year. And we know in all of the research on school improvement, we may not be able to extend the school day officially, but this is an opportunity for us to increase or extend the school day unofficially, making sure that everything's aligned. So I'll hand it over to Melissa Smith, and she will present our MOU to you all.
Good evening. Tonight I'm requesting the board's approval of the agreement with Steps to Achieve as the external evaluator for the Nita M. Lowley 21st Century Community Learning Center's Cohort 10A, 10B, and 10C after-school programs in the following buildings. Cohort 10A is for Allen High School, Deeriff High School, and Building 21. Cohort 10B is South Mountain Middle School and Harrison Morton Middle School, and Cohort 10C is Trexler Middle School and Robb Middle School. The 21st Century program offers federal funding for the establishment of community learning centers that provide academic enrichment, tutoring opportunities for students who attend high poverty and low performing schools to meet state standards in core academic subjects of English language arts, math, and science. An evaluation by an external evaluator is required as part of the grant. The evaluation will ensure alignment to each building's school improvement plans and will also cover the federal program reporting. The local evaluation includes an extensive overview of our programs, including basic information such as the number of students served, the number of regular attendees, the number of centers operated, basic operations, and description or specific about program, where the program occurred, such as the schools, and the district, the geographic region, and our target population. The local evaluator covers implementation and outcomes, including analysis and interpretation of outcomes and implementation elements reported at the state and federal level. The local evaluator compares actual performance and results to the grantee's performance indicators. How is it going to affect students? The impact and data from the external evaluation will support ASD in offering the best programming for our students. The evaluator will specifically look at the alignment between the school improvement plans and the after-school programs. The evaluator will review the CSI, ATSI, and TSI plans and evaluates the alignment of the goals of the 21st century programming to evaluate the impact of each plan's priorities for improvement of students attending the program. The local evaluator includes specific recommendations to improve the quality of our programs. How much does it cost? It costs $20,000 per cohort, so a total of $60,000. It is required by the grant, so it's written into the grant, and it is part of the expenditures in the budget for the grant. And the request was approved by our solicitor.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Melissa, very much for the presentation. Do any of the board members have any questions for Melissa Smith regarding this action item? Cheryl, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I don't want to assume anything. It does mention after analyzing the provided data, Steps to Achieve will provide a final annual evaluation report. Would that report be made to the board as a presentation as well?
In the past, it has not. I guess I would defer to the superintendent on that.
So that evaluation is intended for the administration, but if the board wanted to know some of the outcomes, that's absolutely appropriate.
Great, yeah, because it would be nice to hear what kind of work they do and how well it goes and what they learned along the way.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other board members have questions? Seeing no hands raised, I'll entertain a motion.
I make the motion.
Phoebe, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Nick? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Actually, I should back up a second. Janet and Mr. Parker and President, Madam President, do we need to do an individual vote or an all in favor is appropriate at this time?
Yeah, these are just all of us in favor to move it forward.
Okay, thank you. So any opposed? The motion is carries to move this forward to the regular board meeting on May 28th. Thank you very much. Now I will kick it to Mr. Sickett, who will be giving us a presentation for action regarding Colonial Intermediate Unit 21. I think you might be still be muted, Mr. Sickett.
I sure am. Okay, we'll try that again. Sorry about that. We're requesting the board's approval of the Facilities Plan Committee report for the Carbon-Lehigh Intermediate Unit. The action includes recommendations for the 2020-2021 school year. PA Code Chapter 14 Regulations 14-144 facilities describes the comparability and availability of facilities for students with disabilities. As a party of the fair share responsibilities, a committee of district representatives reviewed the collective needs of the cooperating districts and their capacity to host intermediate unit operated classrooms in their district. The attached plan describes changes in the Carbon and Lehigh counties for special education facilities. The proposed plan has no direct impact on the facilities located within the Allentown School District, and this will not impact any of the Allentown School District students. There is no cost related. Is there any questions?
I don't see any hands raised from any of our board members. Any final questions before we ask for a motion? Okay, then I will ask for a motion to approve this action item to be moved forward to the May 28th board meeting.
So moved.
Cheryl, and a second?
A second.
Phoebe Harris, thank you very much. Sorry, Audrey. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. This item will be presented for official action at the regular board meeting on May 28th. Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to give the floor to both Deputy Superintendent Ramos and Director of Operations, Mr. Falco, to talk about graduation.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilt. Tonight, the district would like to update the board and ask for approval in this time of the COVID to adjust our graduation ceremony celebrating our class of 2020. Tonight, we are requesting the board's permission to schedule a virtual graduation ceremony for each of our 3 high schools. We'd like to utilize the services of All Abilities Live at a total cost of approximately $15,285. In addition to the All Abilities Live production, which we would release those virtual graduations for DRF on June 26th, Allen on June 27th, and Building 21 on June 28th, we are optimistically requesting to reschedule our in-person commencement ceremonies for Saturday, August 1st at the PPL Center for Allen and DRF, and for Building 21 on Monday, August 3rd at Symphony Hall, as we had originally scheduled prior to the COVID situation. In that regard, I do have Mr. Falco here with me. I also have Mr. Mayfield, Mr. McCool, and Mr. Rosado on our meeting tonight. It's been a lot of time and effort from this particular team and their school teams in trying to schedule the best possible way to celebrate our seniors in such a challenging time. We also have Juan Castro here from All Abilities Live, who's also a former Allentown School District student, who it's nice to have somebody be able to come back and participate in a different way in this celebration. So I'm going to kind of kick it over to Mr. Falco and our high school principals to talk through what we're looking to do. And then we also have Mr. Castro here for any questions, because we know a virtual commencement is something that's becoming very typical right now, but it's also very new to us as a district. So I'm going to kind of turn it over to Mr. Falco.
Thank you, Jen. Good evening. As Jen said, due to the pandemic, we've been looking at different ways that we could look at our commencement programs, and one of those ways is through a virtual program. So a little over a month ago, we began the process with our high school principals to begin looking at virtual providers. And at the time, there were just a few providers, and lately, as you've probably seen, there are many providers now coming online, talking about doing a virtual commencement. We looked at several, we vetted several companies, and most of those companies were or from out of state. We actually looked at 2 from California. And then we got in touch with All Abilities Live, which is a local company. And they have ties not only to Allen High School, but to Deerfield High School. And when we did our Zoom meeting and interview with them, I think our principals were overwhelmingly excited about this company and what they could do for our kids. The focus of our group was always, and it's tough in a virtual program, but we wanted it to be, you know, student focused, student centered, and you know, how can we do that in a virtual setting? And so in talking with them, they gave us several ways that we could do that. They also provide a project manager for each of our schools that's overseen by a project management specialist at All Abilities. They'll come out to our locations to do the videoing using their equipment, so we have quality video. We're just very excited to have them on board. As Jen also mentioned, we have hopes for an in-person commencement ceremony that will be at PPL for each of our schools, each of our high schools, August 1st in at Symphony Hall for Building 21 on August 3rd. Regarding the virtual ceremonies, each of our schools has reached out to their community groups and families. We'll be launching a survey that will be sent to our families and our students and their families to get their feedback on what they see as really important in a virtual program. And also our schools will be meeting and setting up teams at each of our schools to meet with All Abilities to go over several aspects of a production, because really that's what it is. It's a production. So each school will have a committee, a group that will work directly with All Abilities to get their program, to get their program completed. We have each of our high school principals here. We also have Juan online. I saw him earlier in the pictures. It's hard to see where everybody is. And that's where we are. So we're ready to move forward.
Are there any questions for our principals or Mr. Castro, Mr. Falco, myself? It's a challenging time and we're trying to do our best to be able to celebrate.
Hey, Jen, can I just introduce Juan real quick?
Absolutely.
Juan.
Yes.
If you could just introduce yourself, but to our board.
Absolutely. First and foremost, thank you very much for allowing me to join your board meeting tonight. It's certainly an honor to one, be chosen, to work with the Allentown School District. Again, as Mr. Falco mentioned, pretty much not born in the Allentown area, but raised in the Allentown area. I think I was, one of those students who probably attended, if not all of them, pretty much most of the elementary and middle schools across the Allentown area. We bounced around quite a bit. It was interesting to hear some of the presentations earlier in terms of the pocket areas of poverty and areas that sort of are in need of devices and so on and so forth. We certainly would have fell into that category. So this is truly an honor for us, knowing how far we've come in full circle. Today this sort of is our my 20th anniversary, graduation, 2000. So it's kind of a full circle moment for me. So this is somewhat surreal, kind of sitting here and being a part of this. So again, thank you. If anybody has any questions for me, feel free to ask. Again, we want to make sure that we provide the best experience possible for the students, families, and most importantly, the community. We understand the significance of the impact this has had on the students, families, and community. So we really want to try to simulate the graduation experience as closely as possible, and I believe we will do so.
And here's the thing about Juan, and we interviewed other companies, and you know, when you talk with people and you know, you just get a feeling of their commitment to us, and that's the thing about Juan that I liked, and other members of his company too. When we met with them, a couple times. There were other members of his team that were on board, and I think our committee on our side also felt the same. And it's nice to find someone, especially in, you know, these days, because this is a very new thing for vendors, you know, that has that commitment to us, and be local. So that to us was really important.
Tag in, Keith. Shannon Mayfield, William Allen.
Yeah.
Oh,
Go ahead, Ken, I'm sorry.
basically, folks, good evening and thanks for having us. We had a chance to go over some things with Juan, and Juan was challenged right off the bat. We told him we were in need yesterday, and the challenge I gave to him and his group was, thank you for stepping up. Thank you for offering. I said, the bases are loaded. It's 2 outs. It's a full count. And we need all the runs to win the game. We don't want to be here right now. This is not what we wanted to do. I said, but with you being from Allentown, with you and your associates being from Allentown, it's time for us to stand and deliver. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to do the best that we can, given the circumstances. He met that challenge. We were excited about him meeting this challenge. And now we're right here trying to stand and deliver. That's what it all came down to. So he brought the right attitude to the table. He brought the right concerns to the table, and we collectively talked about it. And I can't speak on behalf of Mike or for Jose Jr., but we felt pretty good about what he was saying.
Thank you.
Anyone have any questions for our group?
Juan, I just want to thank you for coming back home. Welcome home.
Thank you so much.
No, you don't need to thank us. We thank you for being a success story. Something good is going to always come out of Allentown, and it was you. And it's like it's others, you know. So I just thank you for coming back and helping us during this time of need.
I truly appreciate that. It's certainly been a long journey since I've left the Lehigh Valley and so came back. I've been, you know, I left to college and went to California and, you know, Jersey and, you know, back in sort of PA. I kind of go between Jersey and PA right now. But it's certainly been a journey and a well worth it one, you know. So thank you.
Thank you. I do see 2 hands up, so I don't know if the questions will be for you, Juan, or for some of the other presenters, but I did see Ms. Johnson-Watts' hand up first.
Thank you. Hi, Juan. It is so nice to meet you. Where did you graduate from high school? Which school?
I actually didn't graduate in the Allentown area. I actually left the area before I had the chance to graduate.
Okay. Well, I just think it's really wonderful that you are doing this. And I just have a bonus request that at some point in time, if you can just do a little video, like even as you are right now on the screen for our students, and just like a message to them about what you learned since you've graduated and what you valued about your education, that would be such a great bonus. Thank you so much for what you're doing.
No problem. Thank you. It certainly would be a pleasure of mine to come and speak, you know, to any student population that you guys have. and what I can do to pay it forward. Again, this is a pay it forward, moment for us, for me and my partners that again are from the area as well. So we're truly honored. Any
Sorry,
other questions that I can answer?
Yep, there's actually 2 more hands up on. I was trying to go there, but I realized I had muted myself.
Okay.
President Brace, you had a question or a comment?
Yeah, mine's not about the graduation video. I think this is great. I've seen prices other districts are paying, so this is a great price. So thank you for that. But I actually had a question, Ms. Ramos, about the PPL Center contract. Our original contract that we approved was to use PPL Center for 2 days. And when we had approved that one, we had discussed that it was slightly higher, because it was a 2-day. Are we going to renegotiate with them to get it cheaper?
We will have a reduced rate upon confirmation, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Slightly less because it's 1 day, a little less man hours, so to speak.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. And Ms. Vega?
Hi, I had a comment for Mr. Castro. Congratulations on your success. Thank you for coming back to ASD. Many young men and women like yourself are successful and definitely want to give back to the community. So from me personally, thank you. And for the ASD staff who made this happen, thank you to you guys for showing this community that there are many of us out here who are doing the work and definitely want to be involved. So thank you to you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Well said. Does anyone else have any other comments or questions for anyone who presented during this item? Okay, I don't see any hands up, so I would like to entertain a motion to move this forward to the regular board meeting on May 28th.
Linda.
Okay, motion by Ms. Vega, a second?
Cheryl, second.
Second by Cheryl Johnson Watts. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes and this item will be presented for official action at the regular board meeting. Thank you very much. That is it for our agenda items. So I will turn the meeting over to my co-chair, Ms. Harris.
Okay, any comments or from the public on non-agenda items? Nancy, do you see anyone's hand?
No.
I do not.
Okay. Okay, is there any old business? Any new business? Go ahead, cut your items. Seeing nothing, we get a motion to adjourn.
Second, Lisa.
Who did the first?
That was Nick.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, meeting adjourned. Motion carried.
I'd like to call the Finance Committee meeting of the whole, the Allentown School District, to order for today, May 14th, 2020. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to discuss the tax revenue anticipation note, the agreement with child care rental agreement renewal with Lehigh Valley Children's Centers. Item number 3 is a child nutrition services agreement. Item number 4, we have a contract or a purchase, I should say, approval for security cameras for the new elementary school. The next item is another purchase agreement, and then the third one, all these being IT related, and then down to Exhibit G, which will be the proposed final budget. and then the monthly reporting budget status, which will be available at the board meeting in 2 weeks. Mr. Parker, do you have anything you'd like to present or comment on before we begin?
No comments.
Thank you. So we'll start with item number A, or I should say Exhibit A. This is the first item on our list, and this is the TRAN. The TRAN is a tax revenue anticipation note. In essence, what this is our budget. Our new budget begins July 1st, 2020. And our revenue for that budget, which most of it comes from, or a lot of it comes from real estate and the state itself. But the local real estate revenue we don't receive until in the fall sometimes, usually beginning of September through November. So what this does, and this is something we've done previously, is it enables us to have cash flow because the revenue will be there, but because of the way the tax laws are written, the tax revenue is set up, it doesn't happen until later on in the actual fiscal year, with the budget beginning July 1st and then the tax revenue beginning in September. So I will, I guess, ask Ms. Ramos if you could take it from there and we can go into the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thiel. Yep, you explained what the TRAN is, and as you said, the district is requesting that anticipation note in order to cover its expenses until our revenue comes in. There's a bit of an increase due to just some unknowns with COVID, but in that regard, we do pay that money back prior to March 31st, 2020. And with that, we do have our PFM representatives here, Scott Scherer, Garrett Moore, and our bond counsel, Kevin Reed, who can further explain what it is the district's asking the board to consider. Do I see Scott out there?
Yep, I'm here. Good evening, everyone.
Thanks, Scott.
All right. Well, I think between both of you summed it up very well. Not a whole lot to add. You know, as discussed, this is a transaction that has been completed by the school district now for the past couple years. And so the resolution that your bond counsel, Kevin Reed, is on the phone, can explain will look very similar to the ones in the past. But kind of the main highlights are that this reflects a $30 million tax and revenue anticipation note that, you know, as laid out here, would be have a maturity date of March 31st, 2021. We would, if moved favorably to the next board meeting and approved, we would be in a process, be in a position to continue working on all the documentations, and then probably go to market to lock in the rate sometime early, say mid-June. And then we would be in a position to close on the transaction on July 1st, which I think is when the district is most in need of the money, kind of at the start of the new fiscal year. So again, very similar process, very similar transaction as completed over the last couple of years. This one is just an amount of $30 million. But otherwise, Kevin Reed, do you have anything you'd like to add to the explanation of the resolution? Thank you, Scott. So yes, everyone has done a very good job of outlining what this is for. I'll just briefly say that there's kind of 3 phases to this. The most important phase being, if the board so is inclined to do so, to move this forward to their May 28th meeting, which would be the authorization phase. And in that phase, there's a resolution. The board would authorize its finance team, which consists of a PFM, the administrative team at ASD, our office at Kingsborough, and then a group of underwriting firms to do the work that's necessary to prepare this to go to market. So that's kind of phase 1, the authorization phase. If in fact that is what the board elects to do, then kind of phase 2, as Scott was alluding to, this kind of a building of documentation, kind of a marketing and gathering together information to secure and procure investors. That's kind of the second phase. And then the last phase is what also Scott alluded to, which is actually the pricing and the funding of the transaction toward the middle latter part of June, and then ultimately a closing in July. And there'd be a lot of documentation. The authorizing resolution authorizes certain officials and officers of the school district to execute certain documents, both at the state level and then also through this procurement and closing process. So with that, I'll stop, and to the extent that there are any questions, we'll be glad to answer those.
So I neglected, and I apologize to the public and my colleagues, any public comment on any agenda. We're going to just take a step back here. Any agenda items that we have tonight on the Finance Committee, if there's any public comment on current agenda items, we'll take them at this time. And I see, let's see, oh, screen change here. Okay. Don't see any comments on the agenda items at this time. So I will go to questions from the board, and Ms. Vega.
Hi, I have a couple of questions about TRAN. So this is my first time dealing with this type of memorandum. But so question one, is this an actual loan with an interest attached?
Yes, this would be considered a loan. This would be a loan that we're accessing through the public capital markets. And there will be an interest rate that will then be locked in for the duration of the term, which again, we're assuming to be and will be marketing as a 9-month maturity. So basically mature March 31st of 2021.
And if for some reason something happens and it's not paid by March 31st, 2021 in full, will there be a penalty? How does that work?
Kevin, do you want to address the question of a default? Kevin Reed, yep.
Yes. All right, I've unmuted. So yes, technically there could be a default, but basically what is done in the process is the school district estimates and anticipates its revenue based upon a combination of factors, including past collection history rate. Obviously, there's a necessity to try to factor in as best as possible the current environment with COVID-19. And based upon that, it's a determination made with regards to the credit status of the district, and that's where you get your investors for. So basically, while there's technically the possibility for a default, basically it's designed around the fact that there's revenues that would be coming in, as Mr. Thiel had indicated, predominantly as you get to the earlier part or latter parts of the summer into the early part of the fall. And that's used to calculate and provide confidence to the underwriters and the investors that this will in fact be paid back.
Okay. And then I have 2 more questions, but I'm not sure if it's for you guys or for our board or our administration. So one of the questions is this $30 million pretty much gonna cover our day-to-day expenses in that time frame? That's what it's saying, right? We don't have the money, so we need to borrow it because we can't pay, like, to help us pay the bills at that time?
So I'll take that if you don't mind, Ms. Vega. So with the budget, when we get to the budget, we're anticipating the revenue to come in, but it's not going to come in a timely fashion. So if we had a large fund balance, then frankly, we would not need the TRAN. If we had literally a $30 million fund balance right now, we wouldn't need the TRAN. We don't have a fund balance. Even if we had a small fund balance, we still would need some sort of TRAN. So if we had 5 million or 10 million, we still would need that to your question, to cover regular day expenses. And, I'll defer to the administration to give details, but I'm sure, payroll and benefits and those sort of things, from July 1st through September, October, when revenue comes in. I'll defer to Ms. Ramos and her staff.
Thank you, Mr. Thiel. When the district prepares to determine what's needed for a TRAN, we do an analysis of our cash flow. And so Tara, Mrs. Kakesi, they can speak to the details of the cash flow, but that cash flow helps us know month by month what we can anticipate. And when the year is slow to start with taxes, that's where we know kind of where we're sitting and how much we need. So Ms. Hauser can go into more detail, but ultimately we use that cash flow to help us determine what our borrowing needs are.
So before I go into more detail, does that help, Ms. Vega, or would you like me to go into more detail?
No, it definitely does help. And I'm just learning and understanding this. So that $30 million, you guys already have a budget. You already know where the money's being allocated. There's a line by line, like we know that this is the money that we need specifically for that time frame.
Correct. So before we even approach PFM to help us figure out how to get the TRAN moving, we did a day by day, month by month cash flow that went out to December of next year, because most of our revenue is very predictable, except this year things are odd. There's legislation, and we'll get to it later. There's legislation that could push our tax payments off. There could be, budget discussions in Harrisburg that delay our state funding. This is really kind of like a seasonal, like if you have a seasonal job and you make all your money in summer and then you pay it out over the course of the year, but in reverse. So we've got to continue to pay things in the fall, but we don't get the big chunk of our tax revenue until late fall, early winter. So we need to be able to get through that period. And like Mr. Thiel said, if we had a fund balance, you wouldn't need to rely on borrowed cash, but we do not. And that's where we find ourselves right now.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you have another question, Ms. Vega?
No, thank you. That was it.
Okay, you're welcome. We have Ms. Harris, I believe, had her hand raised next.
Yes, what is the interest rate?
We don't know yet. We won't know until we actually go out to market. We're expecting somewhere in the probably the high 3%, low 4% range, which is higher. It is higher than what it has been the past 2 years. That really just has to do with kind of the market environment that we're in right now. The market has pretty much been, it kind of shut down when the whole COVID issue hit the market, and it has been slowly reopening. So we expect things to probably get even a little bit better by the time we go out to market, but that will not be set. That will not be locked in until, like I said, probably mid-June.
Okay, so with that would be, and how much are we paying back with the 3 to 4%?
I can take a look at that.
Yeah, it depends when you pay it back. So we are going to be putting in a feature. So if it has a 9-month maturity, we are putting in a feature in that it could be called or could be prepaid early, say in December, if the district has the cash flow at that time. So basically, that might be, 400,000, maybe somewhere in that ballpark if it's paid in June. Again, that sort of depends on the interest rate, but it's probably somewhere in that kind of magnitude.
Okay, so if it's 400,000, and I have to take it back to our finance people, what would be our plan to pay it back? Because we're struggling.
So again, this isn't a borrowing to fill a gap in the budget. This is a borrowing to bridge us from when the tax bills go out to when the taxpayers pay the tax bills. So we're anticipating a certain amount of revenue to come from our taxpayers by the end of November, end of December. And this is cash that, because we won't get paid in July, August, September, October, we still need operating cash to continue to work. So this is money to offset that cash. So yes, there is interest attached. Yes, that's an expense. And that interest expense has been built into the budget that we'll discuss later.
Okay.
Do you have any more questions, Ms. Harris?
No, not until we discuss the budget.
Okay. All right. We have Ms. Conover. You had your hand raised. Mrs. Conover, you're muted.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna discuss the budget. I heard a lot of stuff since I raised my hand, but I'm gonna say 12 months, 9 months, that's not a lot of time to pay back. It sounds to me like we're gonna be in debt because here we are. Again, I'm going into my 3rd year here on this board, and we always come back and we borrowed money. What was it, last year? And when the question was asked, how much money did we need? Now it's, we got to borrow this money now because our back's against the wall. So I'm interested in knowing what that budget situation looks like, because I think we're going to wind up right back in the same place we were in. I would like to really see some real numbers. You know, writing a blank check, to me, we know that what the interest rate might be. We know we need that number, but we don't know that we need that. That's the number that's given to us tonight. So I'm just saying, let's just see. I'm just being honest, transparent. Let's see.
Thank you, Mrs. Conover. So there is a difference between, you referenced the previous or a previous loan or a bond that was in around $10 million that we did last year. That is very different than this. And maybe Tara, if you want to explain the differences, Ms. Hauser, if you want to explain the differences between what we did last year with that 10 million versus what the TRAN is, that would be greatly appreciated.
Sure. So the bond issuance that we did last year had multiple pieces to it. The piece that Mr. Thiel's referencing, the $10 million piece, was a borrowing in order to borrow operating cash to pay a debt, which was our retirement obligation for the year. So we borrowed $10 million, and there's very limited reasons why we can borrow money as a school district, and that happens to be one of them. So we borrowed $10 million to pay that PSERS bill, PSERS being the name of the retirement fund, to pay that bill to make up our fund balance for the 18-19 school year. This tax revenue anticipation note is not a bond. It is a anticipation note, which means it's basically like a cash advance. So we are getting cash in July that we will pay back by December or March when the tax payments come. We have to pay payroll and our healthcare companies and our utility bills all the way through July, from July all the way through to December when the tax money lands. And for the most part, when the tax money comes in, then we pay back the loan. So we use the cash to pay our bills, and then when the tax money comes in, we use that tax money then to pay off the tax revenue anticipation note. It's in anticipation of getting that revenue. That's what that note does. So it's one thing's like going to get, you're getting paid on Friday, so you're going to get money on Wednesday because you got to pay a bill on Thursday versus borrowing money to buy a house. That's the difference.
I do, Tara, I understand. I totally understand it. I know there's a difference, but I also remember while being on this board that there was a situation where we were telling, I didn't say it, but the board said that if we don't do this, we're not going to be able to pay our teachers. We're not going to be able to pay our bills. So this is not the first time that I heard that. So I do understand that our backs are up against the wall right now, because again, we're at a place where we can't pay. If we don't do the loan, we can't pay. What is the plan if we don't, these people can't pay their taxes, we don't get tax revenue, then what? We're anticipating on something that most people are having problems right now due to COVID. So what is the real plan? Are we going through the motions? Is there something else? Do we have an option? That's what I'm saying. And I thank you for explaining that to everybody else, but I understood the difference when I asked the question. But I just want clarity. Want the people.
Thank you, Mrs. Conover. Any other questions from the board?
Oh, yes, I have one more question.
Goodness, Harris.
So we get, I can't find my hand raised thing. So we get a rate that's locked in. What do we, what happens if we pay it back early? What is the benefit?
The benefit would be a reduction in the interest expense that the school district would owe.
Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Harris. Mrs. Wilt has her hand raised.
Yes, I was just curious, when we are figuring out the amount of money that we would need for the TRAN or the bridge loan, I realize we don't know what the interest rate will be because it fluctuates based on anything. But in deciding how much we're borrowing, do we factor in the potential expected interest based on what the current market value is?
Yeah.
So that we're not borrowing with the anticipation of having an additional expenditure of the interest. Does that make sense?
You're asking if the interest is in the 2021 budget?
Well, when we're so the money that we're borrowing for, that we would be borrowing for the TRAN, the 5 million, we recognize that we have to pay interest on this at the end game. So I guess my question is, do we try to, I guess I am, Ms. Ramos.
So I guess, Ms. Wilt, it sounds kind of, what you're asking sounds kind of like when you close on a house and you roll your closing costs into the price of the mortgage.
Right.
Not really. No, not with a tax revenue anticipation note. This is more like, we're going to make an interest payment. When we pay back the balance, we will make an interest payment. And it is an additional expense to the district, the interest. Yes. So
and it is built into the budget.
Correct. Yes, it is built into the budget, but it is an additional interest expense that we will have to pay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mrs. Conover, your hand's still raised. You have another question?
No other questions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Vega.
So, quick question. So you're saying we're going to need about 30 million to get through from July till about November, give or take. And you already answered and said that there is a budget, a line by line budget for that 30 million as to why we need it. Is this information made available to the board? Has it ever been? I'm not sure.
We go ahead, Charles.
I was just gonna say it's on the agenda for later on in this meeting. Exhibit G, proposed final budget.
Well, yeah.
But go ahead, Mrs. Hauser.
No, I was just gonna say, so the cash flow document that I was talking about, no, that's not generally, that's an operating report that we use internally to run the finances of the district. It's not something we have traditionally been asked or shown. We do prepare it for administration so they can review it, so they know why we're asking for the TRAN. It shows all of the ins and outs, so we know when we're getting our subsidies from the state and when we get our tax revenue and when we get our title funding and when payroll is due and when the Highmark bill is due. And it's literally columns of the months with the days of the week. We're down to watching cash on a daily basis in the district. So, and most of that is very cyclical. So we can plan it out 6 to 8 months. And then we know for the most part, the rate at which we spend money on other bills for supplies and whatnot. So we have that document, and the $30 million number, last year we did a $25 million tran. This year we're asking for a $30 million tran, basically because of some of the legislation that's very much up in the air with the COVID legislation that's out there, which we'll get to when we talk about budget, as well as wanting to make sure that we can maintain, you know, somewhere in the ballpark of 8 to 10 million in cash on hand at any one time. So that allows us to do that over the course of it's really July through December. We have done these trans for, I know we've done them the last 2 years, and I know that they happened before that. I don't know if they were consecutive years or not, but we paid everything back on time every time we've had a tran.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Vega. Any other questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, I entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Mr. Miller, a second, please.
I'll second.
I'll second it.
Mrs. Wilt, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Thank you.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye. Nay.
Let's do a voice vote, please. Ms. Murillo, if you could please do a voice vote on this, so we could be clear on this. It's a little difficult with Zoom.
Mrs. Conover. Mrs. Conover,
Technical difficulties, no.
Miss Matheson,
Yes.
Miss Vega,
No.
Mr. Miller, Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Theo,
Yes.
Miss Harris,
No.
Mrs. Johnson Watts,
Yes.
Mrs. Brace,
Yes.
Mrs. Wilt,
Yes.
6-3 passes.
Thank you, Mrs. Murillo. And that will go before the board meeting in 2 weeks. The next item is the childcare rental agreement renewal with Lehigh Valley Children's Centers Incorporated. Ms. Ramos?
Thank you, Mr. Thiel. Yes, Mr. Cole is actually going to present this item. This is an annual renewal that the district brings forward every year for the after-school programming we have at Muhlenberg and Ritter, and for the daytime programming that LVPC supports at Allen High School. Mr. Cole?
Thanks, Ms. Ramos. As she said, I am here tonight to request the board's approval of the Lehigh Valley Children's Center Child Care Rental Agreement. What it is a proposal, enclosed for the board's consideration is an agreement with the Lehigh Valley Children's Center regarding child care programs for Muhlenberg and Ritter Elementary Schools, as well as William Allen High School for the school year of 2021. There is no direct cost to the district. And the item was discussed at the Finance Committee co-chair meeting on May 6th, and I'm recommending that this be considered as an action item at the regular board meeting on the 28th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Colleagues, if you'd raise your hands, any questions regarding this rental agreement? Mrs. Conover.
I don't have that document in front of me. Can you tell me how much money do we make off of the rental?
There is no payment to the district.
So who pays for lights and the water and all the other stuff?
Again, there's no payment to the district within the agreement.
So that means that the district is paying for them to be on our site. Is that correct?
So this is more a service for our families that need before and after care in the district. The Lehigh Valley Children's Center provides that service for our families. We provide the space. There's no fiscal arrangement between the two.
So my next question would be, how are we documenting the money that we're spending that's actually going out?
I don't know that we're spending an extra amount of resources on this, and I say this as a parent who took advantage of the service when my daughter was at Muhlenberg College. The building is open. I think the room that they used at Muhlenberg was primarily the gymnasium, so there was a really small footprint of space in that building for the Children's Center. It's literally just a before and after care for parents that need that service based on their job.
So I don't want to take up the board's time, but I just want to say this because I didn't think I would even speak much tonight. Whenever somebody's taking up space, washing their hands, using our toilet paper, lights, that's a cost to the district. So I guess the question that I'm asking, how are we, even if it's some kind of in-kind or it's a switch off, how are we documenting that? Because when whatever money we get as a district, it has to go certain places. So so my question is, how are we documenting that? How much are we spending?
So
is it advantageous to us to have that on our sites?
So that's not something that we're documenting. It's advantageous to us because it provides a service for our families that need it without a lot of extra cost expense on the district because the buildings are already open. The room is there, and it's just not something that we've documented the exact cost per classroom or per room that the organization uses.
You have any more questions, Mrs. Conover?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Vega.
Hi. So it's great that we have childcare available as a district, but these rates that I'm looking at, and what I was paying $200 a week, $180 a week at a different childcare center for my kid, and that was with them paying overhead. So if they're not paying overhead, why are we still paying almost full prices? Not we as a district, but our parents.
So actually, Ms. Vega, I can speak to that. So in comparison to the other Allentown sites, there is a discount to the families that are partaking in the programs within our school buildings. That number, the amount of the discount ranges a bit depending on the level of care, whether it's full-time, before or after care, but it's in the ballpark of $25 to $30 a week discount versus tuition at the non-school-based centers. And I can get you those exact numbers.
Any more questions, Mrs. Vega? Ms. Vega?
No, but hey, it's a great business if you don't have overhead and you're still charging almost the same amount. Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Wilt.
Thank you. I just wanted some clarification because when I was reading through this document earlier today, And I just went back and found it. I saw that in the actual contract, it states in number 3, the district shall provide facilities for housing said program. Cost for consumption of electricity for hours of use will be charged prior to the start of program and due within 60 days. So when I read that, that says to me that Lehigh Valley Child Care is, or at least should be, providing us some kind of reimbursement compensation for the use of the electricity. So I just wanted to ask for clarification on that. And I also wanted to just recognize that one of the daycares that this motion or contract addresses is the one at William Allen High School that allows many of our students to still come to school full time and have care available to them for their children within the building. And I think that that provides a very vital service to allow our students to be as successful as possible. So I don't expect an answer right now, but I would like clarification at some point with regard to that sentence in number 3.
Mr. Cole? Is that something that could be righted tonight or between now and the board meeting?
I can certainly work to get that information for you.
Okay. Thank you. Mrs. Johnson-Watts.
So I'm glad you brought up Allen High School, Ms. Wilt, because my question is related to those fees. I want to get clarification on the GAIN program and other programs in Allen High School and whether or not our children, or should I say our students who are bringing their children, are being charged anything to bring their children.
Someone from the administration?
So I'll
go ahead, Mr. Parker.
Go ahead, Ms. Cole.
I was going to say, I can't speak programmatically, but I do know that the Child Care Center at William Allen, almost all of those tuition payments are subsidized very heavily, so that the average payment for the students is roughly $5 a week. Those rates are utilized. They're part of the requirements to have children be eligible to receive benefits under the Child Care Act. So they need to have a publishable rate. But the vast majority of our high school students in general that take advantage of that space are paying about $5 a week for childcare.
Okay, and I just want to be sure that all of our students who do have children are aware and able to bring their children into the space for care while they're in school.
Okay.
Yes?
Any other questions, Mrs. Johnson-Watts?
Yes, I just want to be sure of that because as I mentioned, when this was presented in our co-chairs meeting, that I get confusing information from people in the community about that. So I just want us to get clarity for the sake of everyone being on the same page in terms of whether or not our students who have younger children are aware that they are able to bring their children, as you said, Mr. Cole, at a very minimal cost when they go to Allen.
Are you able to address that, Mr. Cole? Do you have knowledge on how that gets communicated inside the building itself?
I do not. I can certainly explore more and get an answer though.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Cole, our elect program works very closely with our parents at that level to help them with the Title 20 paperwork, to work with them as far as their educational and even just sustainment needs.
Great. So as long as they feel welcome to do so, then that's wonderful.
Okay. Anything else, Mrs. Johnson-Watts?
That's everything for me. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Mrs. Conover.
So the childcare facilities are open to the public, employees? Who is it open to?
The children of school district families.
The
And at Allen, it would be students as well.
So employees can take their kids there too, right? Hello?
I do not know at William Allen if that's the case.
I'm talking about, it doesn't have to be, I'm not specifically talking about William Allen. I'm talking about, we have several sites in the district. So my question is, are some of those sites open to district employees?
I will verify that, but I do not believe so.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Conover. Ms. Harris?
Yes, I was, I know students, but our males who are fathers, is this open to them as well?
There's no distinction about parentage as long as it's an enrolled student.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Vega?
Yes. First off, I want to thank you for clarifying that the kids who are utilizing daycare are using subsidized services and they're paying out of their pocket $5 a week. That was really important information to know. And just to be clear, what Ms. Wilt pointed out, line item number 3, did you say that you were going to look into that? I'm sorry, can you repeat what you said to her?
Yes, I told her I would get an answer about what if any billing is occurring.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions? So not seeing any further questions, I'll entertain a motion to move it before the board meeting. At which point, procedurally speaking, it can go up or down. And I know that there's a lot of different questions that a number of my colleagues have, and Mr. Cole, I think, has 3 of them, if I was counting correctly, that the administration will respond back. So I'll entertain a motion.
I will make that motion.
Someone help me.
Nancy can do it. I'll second it. That's Sarah.
Okay, Nancy and Sarah, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
No, me, I'm opposed.
Okay, this moves forward in 2 weeks to the board meeting, and we look forward to hearing back from the administration on the questions that were posed this evening regarding this. Thank you, everyone. Next item is the Child Nutrition Services CAFCO Participation Agreement. Ms. Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Thiel. Again, this is an annual renewal regarding our procurement for food that we serve in our cafeterias. And Mrs. Stock, who I believe is on the line, will speak to the detail.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, this is a request for board approval for Child Nutrition Services to participate in the CAFCO agreement. It's a collaborative procurement of services for all cafeteria food and supplies for year 2020-2021. How it will affect the students, it will not actually affect the students. There is no cost. And the item was discussed at the Finance Co-Chair meeting on May 6th. And I recommend this item considered as an action item at the regular board meeting on May 28th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will take questions from the board. Anyone have any questions in regard to this agreement for child nutrition services? Okay, seeing no questions, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Second.
Second, Cheryl.
Thank you, Mrs. Johnson Watts. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? So this moves forward for the board meeting in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank
Next-
you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next on the agenda is the APP Techs Corporation. Ms. Ramos, please.
Thank you, Mr. Thiel. Again, tonight is a technology purchase that Ms. Saylor will speak to. We're requesting the board's approval to purchase the security cameras and the associated equipment for the installation at the new elementary school, which, as you know, is currently under construction. Ms. Saylor?
Hello, good evening. I'm requesting the board's approval to purchase security cameras and all corresponding equipment for the new elementary school. This request is for the authorization to purchase from APP Techs Corporation security cameras for the new elementary school. The purchase and installation of the security cameras will provide valuable protection via surveillance footage for all students of the new elementary school. The cameras will also help protect the grounds of the new school and safeguard against theft and property damage. The total cost of the security cameras is $43,562.54. The source of the funds is the Allentown School District Information Technology budget. This request was discussed at the Finance Co-Chair meeting on May 6th, and I recommend that this item be considered as an action item at the regular board meeting on May 28th of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saylor. I'm not sure who was first. I'll just go in the order it came up here. It looks like Ms. Harris.
Yes, please tell me how we made a budget for a school, for a brand new school, and the cameras were not included in the budget. How's that possible? I would like an answer.
So as I understand it, the budget for the new school was derived in early 2017. And so as we came into the evaluation of what was needed when the school building began to get built, there was an assessment of that the additional security cameras were needed. So it was an unanticipated cost, as I understand it, that we had to make the assessment to incorporate into the current budget.
I don't get that. You knew you were building a school. You knew you needed surveillance. You knew you needed cameras. Why do we need additional? What happened that we needed additional? Because you're saying additional. So that means we already have some in the schools, or we already have budgeted for it, but now we need additional?
So as I understand it, it was an unanticipated cost because between the initial assessment of what was needed, Mrs. Harris, the cost, there's a significant cost differential between the cost of the cameras in 2019 and 2020 than they were back in 2017. When the initial estimated budget, before I think even ground was broken, that there was an estimated cost for what the cameras would cost the district.
So we're saying that, okay, so to me, it's saying that 2017 it was one price and now 2019 is a different price for the same equipment.
I don't know that in 2017, when the initial budget was established, I hadn't yet joined the district, that they had even had a real assessment or even went out to get the quotes for what it would cost at that juncture. So the initial budget was based off of estimated costs. And when we moved into the actual building of the building, we had to get some current costs for the equipment needs and what they would be, as I understand it.
Okay, so this was for you. So somebody tell me before, Ms. Saylor, what was the cost and why is there a difference now? You can't answer that question, but somebody else can.
So I believe we can get that. We'll get the information for you.
Okay, well, that should be given to the public too as well, because you know this is we're pinching pennies. So I definitely want to know.
We will information gather for you, Mrs. Harris, no problem.
Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Mrs. Harris. Ms. Vega?
Yeah, I have a question. Thanks, Phoebe, for asking that because it was on my list to ask. But my question is was APP already, was this already adopted by the board back in 2017, or is this a brand new company? That's my first question. Is APP a new tech company for the new school?
As I understand it, it is. Jose, do you want to chime in on the assessment of your evaluation of the APP Corporation?
So APP is a distributor of the manufacturer of the cameras, and they are the distributor for our area. In 2017, they were not, and now they are the distributor for our area for the cameras.
Okay, so there's no bids, like you're saying APP is the only option we have in this area? I just want to get a clear understanding.
So they are part of the PEPM contract. So they have the PEPM contract for the security cameras in our area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vega. Any other questions from the board? Mrs. Wilt?
I just wanted to clarify. So when you say PEPM, Jose, that is the technology equivalent to the co-stars, which is the bidding that we do for buildings, etc.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That is correct.
Ms. Harris?
Yeah, okay, so you're saying that they got picked, there was no real bidding that was put out? Or they were just picked?
So I'm sorry, go ahead, Jose. The PEPM affords us they go into the PEPM consortium and they have to prove to PEPM that they, in competition with other companies that potentially provide the same service. So PEPM conducts that portion of the evaluation process.
I don't know. Okay.
So if you don't mind, I'll take a stab at a couple things. I happen to know a little bit about this industry and security cameras. And Jose, if I say anything that's incorrect, please point that out. It's my understanding that the district actually has a certain system and software that is owned by Panasonic and part of Panasonic. And so this is expanding that existing system, which is why this particular products are picked and why that distributor, who's the only one available, is picked. And PEPM has been around a very long time. I mean, I've known about it for more than 20 years or been involved with it. And it is a pre-bid process. In other words, the state works with vendors in making them bid on across the state of Pennsylvania, which actually drives the price lower and doesn't require school districts like Allentown to spend the resources to go out and do huge bidding, because there's 500 school districts in the state. So it provides a resource by doing these large bids to help smaller school districts and school districts like Allentown maybe don't have the resources. So I'm going to vote in favor for it, knowing what I know about the industry, knowing what I know where ASD is with this product and understanding the procurement process. And Jose, if I said anything wrong, please correct me.
You haven't.
No, you're right on.
You're right.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Mr. Miller?
I'll second.
Second, Mrs. Wilt. Any further discussion regarding the motion on the floor? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
Nay.
Nay, Lisa Conover.
Miss Phoebe Harris.
Okay, so that's, I could do the math, 7-2, and that passes through the board and meeting in 2 weeks. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the E+ Group AirWatch MDM solution. Ms. Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Thiel. Yes, tonight we're requesting the board's approval to renew an agreement with E+ for the use of AirWatch mobile device. And this is technology that assists in managing the Apple devices that the district currently has. And again, I'll turn this over to Ms. Saylor to speak to detail.
Thank you. Requesting the board's approval to renew the Allentown School District agreement with E+ Technology for the use of AirWatch mobile device management solutions for Apple device management here at the district. This request is for the authorization to renew the Allentown School District's agreement with E+ Technology for the use of the AirWatch MDM system. The AirWatch MDM system allows the district to manage all Apple devices which run on the Apple operating system. Using AirWatch to manage all district-owned Apple devices will help the district to provide students with a viable device option that fosters anytime, anywhere learning, as stated in the Allentown School District Strategic Framework. Students are also positively impacted by this management system as a part of the district's district distance learning implementation. The cost of AirWatch is $36,860. The Allentown School District Information Technology budget is the source of funds. This was discussed at the Finance Co-Chair meeting on May 6th. I recommend this item be considered as an action item at the regular board meeting on May 28th.
Thank you, Ms. Saylor. So I had a question while I bring up the rest of my colleagues here. So this supports all the devices, digital learning for our students. And is there any, just looking at this real quick, I had one quick question about the VMware and the security and the side of the management. I mean, is this also providing compliance for us as well in terms of the security?
It's my understanding that it is providing compliance for us to ensure that necessary filtering is taking place as well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilt. A second?
I'll second.
Mr. Miller, any other further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Oh, thank you. Any opposed? Okay, this passes on to the board meeting in 2 weeks. Thank you, everyone. Next on the list is CDWG, the CompuTrace device tracking software licenses. Ms. Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Thiel. I have a lot of papers in front of me. Tonight, we are requesting the board's approval for the CompuTrace device tracking software licenses to the tune of 7,000 licenses for our Chromebook devices. And again, I will let Ms. Saylor speak to the detail.
Good evening. Requesting board's approval to purchase 7,000 CompuTrace device tracking software licenses for Chromebook device management. This request is for the authorization to purchase from CDWG the CompuTrace device tracking software licenses. The CompuTrace licenses will allow the Allentown School District Information Technology Department to track Chromebook device location. Using CompuTrace to track district-owned Chromebook devices will help the district to provide all students with a viable device option that fosters anytime, anywhere learning as stated in the Allentown School District Strategic Framework. Students are also positively impacted by this management system as a part of the district's distance learning implementation. The cost is $55,860. The Allentown School District ASD Information Technology budget is the source of funds. This item was discussed in the Finance Co-Chair meeting on May 6th. I recommend that it be considered as an action item in the regular board meeting on May 28th.
Thank you, Ms. Saylor. I do see on the quote and confirmation, it is co-stars as well. So it went through that bidding process.
Yes.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Mr. Miller?
I'll second.
Was that Mrs. Johnson-Watts?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The second, Mrs. Johnson-Watts. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? And this passes on to the board meeting in 2 weeks. Next on the agenda is Exhibit G, proposed final budget for 2020-2021. I'm assuming, Mr. Parker, I should be asking you about this.
Not necessarily.
Oh, okay. So should I go Ms. Ramos then?
So I'll actually defer to Ms. Ramos to process through the actual memorandum, and then we'll start with the presentation.
We actually need the PowerPoint presentation pulled up. Ms. Saylor, can you pull up the PowerPoint presentation? Thank you. This will be a collective effort from the finance department, Mr. Parker, Dr. Brown, and a few others on the team to present our proposed final budget this May 14th. But before we get into that, obviously, I will definitely turn it over to Mr. Parker to open.
So this is I think the moment that we've been waiting for as we process our first look at budget for 2020-2021. Last week, we had an opportunity to see the updated bottom line number for the ending of our projected ending of the current school year, which after the audit kind of sets the stage for how we process our budget moving into next year. So we'll go through the information today. We know that we've been in a place for the past few years where we are a deficit district. We don't expect that to be any different this year based on the structural deficit that exists. And we'll be working to take the steps necessary to address the financial condition of the district, as well as advocate at the state level for the additional resources that we know our district and other districts in our position need, so that we can continue to provide dynamic services for the students that we serve. So with that, I will pass the ball to Ms. Ramos, and then we'll be going back and forth with members of the team for the presentation this evening.
Thanks, Mr. Parker. Jose, you can go to the next slide. That's odd. So we've structured our presentation tonight into a few different sections. We will be opening with the timeline on the budget process and what needs to happen between now and the end of June. We're actually going to open and close with that because a lot happens in between when we present. We want to share some of our budget methodology this year. We have had some improvements to how we've approached budgeting and the financial aspects of our revenue and expenses, and we want to share that with you. We'll take a look at some of the things that have happened in prior years, and then we'll get into the budget discussion itself. We will share with you some revenue considerations and revenue confirmations, and we'll also provide you some detail object by object on where we're budgeting our expenses for 2021. Jose, you can go to the next slide. Our Act 1 timeline requires us to begin at this point our budget process. So this evening we're presenting to you a proposed final budget, and I say proposed because between now and May and the end of June, we will continue to review and adjust and make further recommendations as we learn more information and as we staff for next year and make some decisions. As we move into May 28th meeting, we will ask the board to adopt a proposed final budget to put on display. Again, it's proposed. At that point, we will prepare to get those documents displayed for the public so that there's advance notice and compliance with the Act 1 timelines for the public and folks to review that budget. Between now and June 29th, which would be a special meeting, we will continue to review our budget, make adjustments, and present a final budget in the month of June. So again, just to reiterate, tonight's a proposal for you to consider, knowing that we continue to work this through over the next weeks and month. Jose, you can go to the next slide. I'm sorry. So as I mentioned before, we wanted to get into a little bit of the methodology this evening. Our co-chairs have seen it, but we implemented a consistent budget template across the district this year. Our budget template took into account 3 years of historical data so that both our principals and department leaders had an opportunity to review where their money had been spent over the last 3 years, and then to ultimately make decisions moving forward. In making those decisions, they were asked to make reductions. Again, they made reductions in prior years, but again, we ended up being able to reduce by 3%, unless we were budgeting for payroll or the fixed contracts that we don't control. Caveat in the Mr. Smith's budget, not to call Mr. Smith out, but in prior years with the new school building, there was bond occurrences happening. So a lot of his projects were built into that bond. This year, there is no financing bond. So those capital projects are now built into the general fund. In addition to, all of the above, there's also a continued focus on how we allocate our district resources. And under the leadership of Dr. Brown, she supports us and helps us ensure that, similarly to what you heard when she spoke to how she's allocating the Wi-Fi hotspots, similar type thinking in her area occurs across the district, but specifically in how we allocate our resources, not only in grants, but also in the general fund allocations that happen specifically at our buildings. Jose, if you could go to the next slide.
Great. And so as Jen said, what we have here is a bit of a glimpse to share with our school board of directors and our community on exactly what fiscal equity pretty much means in the district, keeping in mind that this work has also been influenced by the curriculum audit and how it called out our low solvency rate made it very difficult for the district to prioritize based on the needs of our students. So grade 3 reading, middle school transformation, another example. The hardest thing to do is to prioritize equity and student achievement in an environment where you're facing an internal structural deficit and a reduced fund balance. So in that vein, we've really taken great efforts to make sure that our Title I funding is based on clean, reliable, and valid data. And again, that comes back to our direct cert numbers and how those numbers affect enrollment in the different buildings. So making sure we're using those and making sure that's driving along with our Title I poverty rankings of buildings. Equitable allocation of operating budgets as well as title budgets. Again, this is a new area for the district, but it follows if you have to accommodate for an English learner or a student with an IEP, you need that same consideration when you're planning the operation aspects of your budget, because we already know that it costs differently to educate those students. And again, just reminding and reiterating at all levels that we must prioritize the strategic actions and the curricular goals in our strategic framework. So we told the community what we were going to do, and we have to see it through regardless of the structural deficit and the reduced fund balance. And as I believe was mentioned during co-chairs, making sure that we have accurate and clear budgets developed for our title spending dollars. That was something that's absolutely new to the district. At any point in time, we have to be able to put our finger on the pulse of where our federal funds are and what they're being expended on, and make sure that we're able to reallocate should something come up. As you saw earlier, or at the end of last month, we were able to prioritize and reallocate based on the pandemic, and thereby supporting our students during this crisis time with funds that we had. So just a little bit of how we're approaching fiscal equity and making sure that we anchor it deep into the environment here in ASD.
Next slide, please. I'm going to kick this slide over to Ms. Hauser in a second, but one of the things that we wanted to make sure that we brought to the board's attention was the fact that the IU has been here now for a full budget cycle with us, and there have been improved methods that we've adopted, improved systems in not only our budget, but in projections, chart of accounts, et cetera. I just wanted to highlight the fact that that work is happening, and Ms. Hauser's expertise has been very helpful in moving that work forward. So I want to give her an opportunity to speak to some of those successes and improvements.
Thanks, Jen. I appreciate it. So the first thing I want to touch on is column 6. Column 6 is that monthly report that we see at the end of every month. It's a monthly review of year-to-date activity and a review of the remaining budget or the projection to the end of the year. Prior to about the middle of last year, that column was never updated. It always matched budget, which really doesn't give you a feel for how you're doing financially over the course of the year. The intention of that column was to be able to see budget, see actual year to date, and then look at to see where you're going to the end of the year. So we've come up with a process at the end of every month. We know around the 10th of the month, we run the reports for the month prior, and we update that number after we look at what's coming, what's been spent, and where the budget landed. So a monthly projection process, so we know where we are in the course of the year. Work continues on account code updating. This is important as many metrics across the state rely on all educational agencies in the Commonwealth using the same functions and objects to designate their expenses. When we upload all of these standardized reports, lots and lots of data is created by lots and lots of organizations. And we need to make sure that we're reporting our data in the same way that every other school district is. So when we line up, they can see how we stand with our peers. Touching back to the templates on budgeting specifically, templates were created for every school and every administrative department, as well as for the schools. There were 2 individual templates, one for grants and one for Title I grants, and then one for the general fund budget for the school. In total, this broke the budget into about 90 different templates that were then consolidated across the district. We created a separate template for payroll and benefits for grants. It was a dynamic model for grants to use in order to plan their payroll spend prior to then allocating the regular expenses after payroll. This is something that, to my knowledge, had not been done before, at least not in the method that we did it this year. And I feel very comfortable that the director of grants and myself worked really well together to come up with a good payroll budget for grants going forward. The building and general fund and Title I budgets, as Dr. Brown elaborated on, were based on those equity allocations, and they were directed. We built those templates at their direction based on their calculations. Just if you want to go to the next slide. This is an example of the template that every principal and every department had received. You can see their current year information with the budgeting information, historical, the last 3 years plus the 3-year average. The yellow column is where they were allowed to input their budget based on what was given to them, and their left-hand column is their total that they were allowed to spend for the year. When we created these templates, we also eliminated any invalid account codes. So that meant we actually went through the chart of accounts, consolidated wrong codes into right codes. So when they looked at their comparison numbers, they were comparing the right things and knew where to budget correctly with the correct codes. And with that, you can go to the next slide. And I believe that's Mr. Parker.
Yeah, so as we go to the next slide or the next series of slides, it's really casing some of the current budget presentation in where we've been historically. And part of that conversation really has been the fact that the district has existed for a number of years with the deficit status and has made a number of cuts to support cost savings while also working to increase revenue. So just revisiting some of the 1920 cost savings, there were some significant reductions to supply, some significant reductions to budgets internally, as well as, you can flip to the next slide for me, some significant reductions to staffing. And when we looked at staffing, we actually pushed back a bit to 2010 to see what the impact of deficit status has meant for our district in terms of our staffing overall. So if you look back to 2010, there have been, over 200 teaching positions that have been eliminated. In 1920, there are 3 administrative positions that are open yet not filled, which resulted in some cost savings. And as you go down to the area just below that, you'll see that administrative positions that have been eliminated since 2013. So these are positions that operated in the district, helped us do the critical work that we need to do for kids, but because of the financial status of the district, they no longer exist. So I do shed a couple of tears when I look at some of these positions, because that's absolutely some help that we could use right now. But we understand the fiscal situation of the district, and the reductions have happened both at the district level and, as you see, at the school level. Just if you look at the total cost of this, you're looking at about a $19 million savings in terms of salary and benefits. And when you process through structural deficits, a loss in salary is kind of a compound, in the same way that an addition in salary is a compound. It's not a 1 year loss or add, it actually compounds year to year. So over time, that begins to help flatten the actual slope in terms of deficit, even as it doesn't totally delete it. Go to the next slide for me. So again, a bit of historical. This slide and the one that will come up directly after it give the same information. This does so in chart form, and the one after it will give it to you in a graphical representation. In 2017, we conducted an analysis from the direction of the board on the district's financial condition, with a 2-year look back as well as a multi-year look forward, so that we could project out the financial status of the district and understand whether or not there's a deficit that existed and how it compounded over time. So if you look at that top level under fund balance, where it says PFM, in 16-17, there was a $17 million fund balance. 17-18, that fund balance was reduced to $539K. This is the actual fund balance here. And then they began projecting out, based on our financial condition, if we continued along the path, what would the district's deficit be over time? And we see that structural deficit exists, and those numbers grow from 18-19 being $27 million, 19-20 at $65 million, and then 2021, which is the year that we're projecting currently, that deficit would have been at $109 million over time. And again, this is presupposing that a lot of the cost savings measures and revenue increasing measures didn't happen. This is where the district would have been. So on the line below that, we see where the district has actually been in its performance over the same period. Starting at 16-17 as a baseline where those numbers were the same, we'll see that 17-18 to 18-19, that fund balance stayed at about $8.7 million. 19-20 is projecting again to end at a deficit, but a smaller deficit of 718,000. And then 2021, the deficit we're projecting is an $8.3 million deficit based on some of the financial information that we'll go through in the future slides. So from a comparison standpoint, benchmarking ourselves where we are versus where our third-party PFM fiscal analysis projected us to be shows that the deficit still exists without question. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. However, the conditions have improved over the actual projections of where we could or should have been. Go to the next slide for me. So looking at those numbers graphically, I'm a visual learner. So the blue line represents the actual PFM projection and what the district's fund balance would be over time. The green line represents our actual performance. So the deficit has not been eliminated, but the curve has been flattened and has actually given us a deficit number that, while still a challenge, is a challenge that is manageable to be addressed more so than the number that existed prior. So next slide for me. So, and we'll tag team this slide a little bit because it's going to take Tara into the next slide. This is a look at our overall 2021 budget. If you remember back 2 slides ago, we pointed out that the deficit would be $8.3 million. If you see down here in the red, you'll see the fiscal 2021 deficit at $7.6 million, which gives you a year-end fund balance of $8.3 million. The variance there really is where we end the current 19-20 school year. And full disclaimer, highlighted, underlined, circled, there are a lot of variables in how this school year ends based on COVID. We're going to continue to project that out each month, but as you would expect, it's going to significantly shift based on revenues that come in over the next couple of months in the way that we expected them, and then what the actual reality is for districts right now. Likewise, there's a lot of variance in next year's budget based on, and I'm getting a little bit into some of their conversation, but based on the actual BEF and what the governor proposes, what the legislature actually pushes through, as well as what our actual returns on taxes will be from a revenue standpoint. Those are significant variables that have the ability to shift the year-end fund balance number one way or the other. But projected with as much knowledge as we have right now, we're projecting to end the year 2021 with a $8.3 million deficit in our proposed final budget, knowing that, and we'll get to this a few slides down, there are a number of significant variables that will be addressed between now and the final budget that will actually impact what the final budget number will be for the year-end fund balance. Tara, I didn't take all of your stuff, did I?
No, not at all. There's a lot of numbers there. We got plenty to talk about.
Okay.
So, yeah, well, as you can see, the revenues on the left, expenses are on the right. And this is the part of the presentation where we move into a little more detail on the revenue sources and then the budgeted expenses. So Jose, if you could go to the next slide. This is just a very general pie on where our revenue falls. So nearly 60% of our revenue comes from the state. Around 32 or 33%, depending on where we fall this year, comes from our local sources. And then there's about 8 to 9% that comes from our federal sources. And so as we get into the next slides, we're going to break apart those revenue sources so you can see what's comprised of that 58% and that 32%. So Jose, if you could go to the next slide, I'll let Tara speak to our local revenue sources.
Thanks, Jen. And I just want to touch back, just make a couple of comments. It's important to keep in mind the level of our funding that comes from the state. As we get more information out of the legislature, the state revenue that we receive is very much in flux right now. What we'll be talking about as we go through the budget here is our best estimation at this current time. Business managers across the state have been meeting almost weekly, if not more than that, discussing all of these issues. As you can imagine, this is a once in a lifetime event for all of us, and trying to get a handle on what that means. There's no model. So we're trying our best to predict what we can. I want to start here with local taxes. So our real estate taxes are made up of two pieces, the assessment for 2021 and then the collection of delinquent taxes. For the assessment for 2021, this number represents a 4% millage increase, which is the maximum that we are allowed to take without exceptions according to the Act 1 legislation. So that is already built into that number, and we're showing it at a collection rate of about 95.5%. This year was trending pretty nice up until about March, so I would have been a little more comfortable with that collection rate. That collection rate could possibly be a little shaky at this point. The Act 511 taxes are your things like per capita, real estate transfer tax, earned income tax. We're budgeting those flat. So we're not making any increases in those. There's a lot of discussion about whether or not those will hold for next year. So we didn't want to go any higher than flat. And we will, so that's the rate for those. The other items there, interest, rentals, donations, those are the other pieces that make up the last 5.8 million on local revenue. If you can flip to the next slide. Before I go, does anybody have any questions? I'm sorry. Okay, Jojo, I think you've got state.
Yes, good evening, everybody. This slide is a summary of the budgeted state revenue sources. It's comprised of a number of buckets, the total of which is about 205 million. The first two buckets are basic ed funding and special ed funding. These amounts are reflective of the current published budget from the governor's office. We do have some concern that these amounts may be lower when all is said and done, but we continue to monitor them. The next item is the transportation subsidy, which is included at 3.1 million. We are expecting the full subsidy in fiscal year 2021. However, we do continue to monitor legislation and discussions on that item. Also included in the state revenue sources are state reimbursement of employee benefits. This bucket includes state reimbursement of Social Security and Medicare taxes for employees who are not federally funded, as well as the matching share of PSERS contributions. And then finally, we have all other state revenue, which includes state grants, PlanCon, and Homestead Farmstead. You could go to the next slide, please. On this slide, we have a summary of budgeted federal revenue sources totaling 31 million. In this category, we have all of the title funding. We have Medicaid reimbursement, otherwise known as access. We have the CARES funding included here and all other federal source funding. And if you could go to the next slide. On this slide, we have the state defined expense categories. This slide summarizes the object codes and description on the Pennsylvania Department of Education Standard Chart of Accounts. An object code is used to describe the service or commodity obtained as a result of a specific expenditure. There are 9 major object categories, the 100ths to the 900ths. These major categories are divided into sub-objects to facilitate detailed accounting. You can see on this slide, we are listing the 9 major object categories and have included 2 sub-object categories, which are tuition to charter schools and debt service. This presentation will refer to these object categories on subsequent slides. And you can go to the next slide.
Thanks, Joe.
You're welcome.
Similarly to the way we represented revenues, we'll start with a graphical representation of our expenses for the year. As you can see from the chart, charter schools make up over 17% of our total expenses. Additionally, employee costs are over 60% of the whole, including approximately 12%, which is directly related to mandated retirement obligations. It's noteworthy as well that operations, supplies, repairs, and maintenance make up less than 5% of the entire budget. You can move on to the next slide. This year, we've broken salaries down by the sub-objects, which also lines up with our bargaining groups in most cases, which is intentional in the chart of accounts. As you can see, these are the allocations by group. And if you want to flip to the next slide. This is just, again, another graphical representation showing how those groups break out and what that means is proportion to the total salary bucket. You can move on to the next slide. So breaking down the $98 million in benefits cost, 42.6 million of that is related to the PSERS retirement contribution. Our medical premiums, including what we pay if people don't take benefits, we give them a small kickback for not costing the district money for medical premiums. That's $42,148,500. Our FICA and Social Security obligation as an employer is $9.5 million. Some of the other benefits that we provide are contractually obligated: tuition reimbursement, unemployment, workers' comp are coming in around 2.4 million. We do have a little bit of good news here, is that our workers' comp rate will likely stay flat from last year to this year if we don't see a bit of a decline. And that's due to a lot of work by our HR department to really help to limit the number of employee injuries that we have in the district. Life, disability, and vision are also staying pretty close to flat, as well as dental insurance. Do you want to move on to the next slide? And Jen, I'll pass it back to you.
Sure. So Tara just went into detail on our salary costs and our benefits costs, which kind of become that personnel bucket cost. So on just a few points so that you can understand where we derive the numbers and why you may see increases. We do have contractual employees that have salary increases built into those contracts. There are negotiations still happening with a number of units. As you're aware, we did go out to RFP for healthcare this year. We're projecting right now a $9 million increase. It's about an 8% up from last year. We're trying to get that range lower. So we're hoping to bring that down over the next weeks and months. So the range is closer to 6 million. And then our PSERS rate, which is mandated by the state and not in our control at all, is at a 34.5% reimbursement rate. You can go to the next slide. Oh, you have to tell.
Okay, on this slide, these are professional services budgeted in the 300 object code. Included in this is an expenditure category for the IU education services and substitutes for 13.5 million. There's also contracted professional services for 2.1 million. That includes expenditures for such professionals like architects and lawyers and medical doctors. There is a category for financial and HR support, as well as training and professional development, security and safety services, and technical services. And for this object code, we're budgeting 17 million. You can go to the next slide. And in the 400 object, it's purchase property services. The budget is 3 million, and this includes repairs and maintenance, water, sewer, and stormwater, property services, large equipment rentals, and other purchased property services such as pest control. And you could go to the next slide.
Okay, similarly to last year, we did a high, mid, low calculation to look at multiple scenarios for rates for charter schools for the 2021 school year. As my projections last year came in between the midpoint and the low point, we're reflecting in the budget this year about an 8% increase. That kind of is a good sweet spot for where I think we'll probably end up next year based on where we're trending for this year. Again, I will point out though that it is $62.3 million, and it is our second largest expense in the district after personnel costs. You want to advance to the next slide? Mr. Parker, did you want to touch on some of the legislation?
Yeah, so taking off of the point that Tara just made about this being the second largest cost in the district in addition to personnel, you see that really big variance number with healthcare as one of the areas where with that personnel bucket, we're looking for ways to reduce costs in those large areas that will have A, the 1-year effect, but B, the overtime effect of reducing costs in those larger areas. So this is where I kind of put my hat on again, not anti-charter, pro-district, second largest expense in the district is something that we have to work through addressing in a meaningful way. So there are a couple of things that are happening in legislation right now that have the ability to potentially shift where we're budgeting charter expense in between now and our actual final budget. One of those things is there are a number of conversations, and I think a bill that is projecting an opportunity to freeze the tuition rate. The tuition rate is based on the district budget. If there is a freeze to the rate, there will be potentially an opportunity for districts to pay less in the coming year based on using the old rate. We'll know more about that, I believe, in the next few weeks, but there's a possibility that becomes a reality. As well, there are a number of districts and organizations that are creating some advocacy around some level of a reduction in the charter school rate commensurate to the impact of the local districts. The way that I kind of define this, we're receiving a bucket of funds from the district that provides resources and supports for all the districts we serve, charter school kids, non-public kids, and the traditional ASD school students. If we have a reduction in revenue, then that reduction in revenue is in its current space would only be visited upon the students that are in ASD classrooms, because we would still be required to pay the rate to our local charter schools. So a number of districts are providing some advocacy around how do we ensure that there's a level of equity and balance to how the districts are impacted with COVID as it relates to that rate. And to that point, also making sure that we know our charter schools are also receiving a portion of the CARES funding independent of school districts. Our non-public schools, which are a bit smaller of an entity for us, receive a portion of the district's CARES funding. I believe that number is around 230,000 that will be distributed to the non-public schools, but each of the charter schools receive their own portion based on the formulaic way that has been identified. If you remember back when the governor, way pre-COVID ago, when the governor submitted his first budget proposal. There was a proposal for cyber special education charter reform that would actually shift the formula for how those charter rates were calculated. We're not 100% sure whether or not that's going to be a part of the budget moving forward. If that was a part of the budget moving forward, there's a $3.9 million reduction in tuition costs for the district in the next fiscal year, based on the calculations that the governor's office shared with districts earlier this year. So really significant. I think there are opportunities in each of these for us to watch and manage. Absolutely a level of advocacy around that governor's proposal that would actually reduce our current deficit number by 50% if that were to become a reality. So it's something we need to watch over the next month, but also I think a space for our district and other districts that are in financial situations and have a large number of students that are in charter schools to advocate around funding so that we have the ability to mitigate some of those cost concerns. Next slide.
Okay. Also in the 500 series, it's not just the charter schools, but we also have other tuition and purchase education and purchase services related to education. So we've got transportation, not just for a student, that also includes special ed transportation from the IU. LCTI's tuition, which we discussed at a previous board meeting, falls here, as does LTRIC's. Our liability insurance for the district, that we quoted at just about flat for the year. According to our broker, we may see some savings there. So that's a little bit of good news. Not significant, but we'll take any at this point. Tuition to other districts falls here. This would be for our students that may be hospitalized out of our district and other districts are paying to educate them. We reimburse them for those students. Printing and binding, both in-house and out-of-house. Communications, both advertising and physical communications of postage, telephone, and internet. And meals, lodge, and food, that's for anytime anybody goes to a conference or professional education, or anytime mileage needs to be reimbursed. You can move on to the next slide.
And this slide summarizes the operating supplies budget in the 600 object category. There's a number of buckets. The two largest are technology and supplies, which includes hardware and software, and utilities, which is electric, natural gas, and heating oil. Also included in this category, there are general supplies, books and periodicals, and food for events. You can advance to the next slide.
Moving back to slide 29 is property. Property in prior years have been offset as part of the construction bond offerings on the new school. We did some capital improvement bond offering along with that. Jen mentioned that earlier in the evening. As there's no bond this year, those expenses have to come back into the general fund, and you're seeing that impact in this object group. The impact this year is about $1.7 million on this object group. You want to move to the next slide? This is our debt service for 2021. The top two lines, interest expense and principal payments, those are for our long-term bond holdings, all of the bonds together. Everything that we did last year to refinance in prior year bonds, that's what all that is. This other debt service line represents the TRAN interest if we go to March. If we don't go to March, that number will be lower. We put worst case scenario in just to be conservative. If you want to move to the next slide.
On this slide, the 800 object category is actually other objects, which the main item is the Allentown Public Library funding for $1.7 million, along with a category for dues and fees, which includes dues and fees for professional organization dues and certification fees as dictated by contract. You can move on to the next slide.
We put this back in here as a recap to bring it all back together. So we broke it into several little pieces. Wanted you to be able to see the big picture once again. Mr. Parker, did you have any commentary at this time?
No, just again reiterating what that bottom line number is at the end of, or close to the end of the presentation, as we go into a couple of the areas where there are decision points for the board. Knowing what that number is as a refresher, I think helps that conversation.
Thanks. If you want to move to the next slide. Historically, the board has asked for what different millage rates look like if you choose not to go to the index for a millage rate increase for this year. We've laid that all out for you here. Right now, that 95,236 is what's currently built into the budget. That's why it's highlighted in green. That represents about a $4.2 million increase over last year in taxes, which would have an estimated effect on property owners of about $90 for the year on an average property. According to the county, an average property is about 108.8 this year. You'll probably, just to touch on if there is no millage increase, you'd still see an uptick of about $1 million based on the increase of its assessed values across the entire district. So that is a little bit of good news in a crazy time right now that assessed values in the city of Allentown have increased. If you want to move to the next slide. I wanted to be able to break down the structural deficit for folks to try to give you an idea of why we're facing what we're facing. Part of the issue the district faces is that our increases in charter and personnel costs are not covered by our increases in state and local revenues. State and local revenues next year, if we do a 4% millage increase, will come in at about $12.2 million additional over current school year. Our benefits, salaries, and charter school costs will go up $19.8 million this year, which means we have to find somewhere in our budget an additional $7.5 million. So that is why we are facing the structural deficit that we are facing. And I just wanted to illustrate that to try to make it a little bit clearer. When we say structural deficit, what does that mean? If you want to move to the next slide. Mr. Parker, did you want to touch on this?
So just another graphical representation of the fund balance over time and that decline, that structural deficit where the expenses are outpacing the revenues, and really underlining the fact that those big bucket areas that have the year-over-year effect are the ones that are really the drivers here. There are always kind of one-time and one-year costs from an expense side as well as a revenue side that have an effect. But those areas that are continually year after year, either year-over-year deficits or year-over-year revenues have the ability to affect the this decline in fund balance over time that you'll see started kind of in that 2014, 2015 area. And then over time, you'll see the decrease in fund balance and a correlation to increases in personnel costs as well as increases in the charter school expense, but also a correlative there to, and this was before my time, but and I forget exactly what it was called, but there was a portion of the charter school tuition that was returned to the district, a subsidy, if you will. So this is a correlative as well to the loss of that subsidy that helped mitigate some of that cost to the district each year. Next slide. So this slide really gives us the ability to do a comparison of where we are compared to where we've been in previous years with our proposed final budget in May and our final budget in June. So we are on the same timeline. If you look at this year, that $8.3 million proposed fund balance in May on the proposed final budget correlates to last year at this time. There was a $12 million deficit in the proposed final budget in May, and the year prior, a $9 million proposed fund balance, $9 million negative proposed fund balance at the May proposed final budget presentation. What's I think interesting, if you go to the left and you look at the actual proposed deficit, you'll see that number for 2021 is at 7.6. That's that year over year deficit number. In prior years, that number was doubled. In 1920, that was a $16 million number. In 1819, that was a $15 million number. There are a number of variables that make the number this year a little bit less. Absolutely, the CARES funding has a significant impact there. Some of the other revenue generators have a significant impact there. Again, there have been resources that have come from Harrisburg that are still embedded in our budget that have an impact there year over year. So a number of areas, but ultimately it trends us a little bit better this year than we've been in current years based on our May proposed deficit budget, with an asterisk that even if you go back to look at that $42 million cost for benefits on the high end, if we're able to somehow significantly mitigate the cost of healthcare, you could see a significant savings or a significant decrease to the deficit for the coming year based on mitigating costs in healthcare and a number of other areas. So if you go to the box in June, you'll see a blank for the final approved budget because that will be the budget that we will produce for the June meeting. In prior years, that number we've been able to balance that number in 1920 to the tune of $36,000, and in 1819 we're able to balance to the tune of $3 million. So there's a lot of work that happens between our proposed final budget in May, which is more of a broad look at what our cost factors and decision factors are. And then we work strategically with our finance committee and our internal finance team between May and June to finalize the budget so that in June, our goal is to produce a budget that has a more significant fund balance and hopefully will balance for us this year. Next slide. So I'll start here and then pass the ball to Jen and Tara. So when you think of budget development and that work that needs to happen between May and June, there are a couple of different cost factors that we're monitoring and we'll have to make some decisions on here in the next month. First, continuing to review cost reduction options as we do each year. Second, evaluating staffing needs and salary costs. In the past few years, we've been able to reduce our salary costs by not filling critical positions. We know that we're not in a position where cutting staffing is a huge reality for us because of the needs of our students, but we've been able to mitigate retirements by not filling certain positions that would allow us to save funds and still keep a level of support in our buildings. We spoke about healthcare and a couple of other areas of variance, healthcare being the largest one. And knowing that we have that conversation scheduled for our board, as well as some of our employee groups currently. That's something that we'll monitor really, really closely over the next month. And then the charter school costs and the decision points at the state level on tuition will have a significant impact on our budget. And then my little square here in the middle, I'm a big believer that we do a lot of work in districts around advocacy for needs. The CARES Act has been a huge and dynamic support for us. So again, kudos to Congresswoman Weil for her support in that domain. But we know that CARES is a two-part act as it relates to school districts. There's CARES 1 with a formulaic way to identify resources for districts, but there's a CARES 2. This is the, I think they call it the governor's discretionary resource bucket. And I am hoping and advocating as loudly as possible that there are some resources as a part of that identification that could come to the Allentown School District. We've communicated to Harrisburg over the past year that our needs are great. We've, I think, proven in significant ways, that we are making the right decisions and moving on the right path to becoming fiscally solvent and becoming a great stewards of our resources internally. However, if you look at structural deficit where expenses outpace revenues in your two largest areas, one of two things has to happen: either a significant reduction in expenses or a significant increase in revenues. And we've been advocating, and hopefully with CARES, we'll continue to advocate for those significant increases to revenue. And in this case, even if it's a one-year infusion of a significant amount of money, would have a huge impact on Allentown in closing that deficit for next school year, and setting us up for a pretty good look into our 21-22 number, based on a potentially balanced budget for 2021. If I took some of your stuff there, Tara, sorry.
That's okay. The only thing that I wanted to comment on with CARES and going forward is that there is agreement that this is not just that the COVID effects are not going to be a one-year effect, right? So it's going to be a 2 or 3 year event, and we really need to watch what we do with our budgets as we're trying very hard here. And everything that you said about the CARES Act is absolutely correct. There's 3 pieces to the education relief in the CARES Act. There's a higher ed piece, the K-12 piece, and then the governor's discretionary piece. Very hopeful that we see some of that governor's discretionary money. Yep.
Yeah, and Tara, to that point as well, as I kind of circle back to the decision point that the district is going to have to make with increasing taxes to the index, knowing that this is an environment where increasing taxes is absolutely not something that any school district wants to do, knowing that there are people that are hurting in their homes right now. We've been keeping a close watch on other school districts in the region as well as across the state to get a sense of, you know, the decision points that we have that we're making internally. How are other districts making some of those decisions and communicating that need and concern to their community? And there are a number of districts that are watching CARES to see if there's some support there. Hopefully we can kick past them and be first. And then B, there are a number of districts here, even in the area, and I think Tara, you may know more about the ones that in their proposed final budgets are proposing an increase in their taxes to the max, and or using fund balance to balance their budget for 2021. We don't have the ability to use fund balance because we don't have fund balance, but would be in line with peer districts with some potential increase to our tax rate.
Absolutely. I mean, most all of our neighbors are raising taxes in their proposed final budgets. And most all of them are also using fund balance to backfill some of those taxes. And a few of our neighbors have also gotten exceptions so they can go above their index. So we signed we agreed in January not to go above index. That was the vote that we did in January. So the highest that we can go is 4.0, but there are neighboring school districts that are going up to 5.2 or 4.5%.
And I guess that's me. That leads us full circle. We opened with the budgeting timeline based on the Act 1 parameters. So we thought it would be a good place to close as we're here on the 14th, providing you a proposed final budget, which is essentially our starting point on how we will continue to move forward and make budget adjustments and further recommendations. Upon potential approval, the proposed final budget will begin to go on display, and we will move into the development of a final budget, which we would display and present in June, come the 29th, to ensure that we're in compliance with the amount of days that the budget needs to be on display. With that, I guess I'll turn it back over to Mr. Parker and/or questions, as that's the last slide in the presentation.
So that's the last slide of presentation. I will turn it back to, I guess, Mr. Thiel to manage who has questions in what order.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. I just wanted to say, thank you for the presentation and thank you for everybody on the meeting. It's a lot to digest even when you're sitting in a room with an orange carpet, and even more difficult to digest over Zoom. So just want to thank you, Ms. Harris, for your patience, who had her hand raised for probably 3/4 of the presentation. So let us start with Ms. Harris with the questions, and we'll go through some questions here and get some more information from the administration. Ms. Harris?
Yes, because at the beginning of the presentation, you talked about millage and 4%. We do know that we are in a COVID-19 pandemic. We do know that a lot of our families are not working. They're unemployed and they're quarantined. We have a lot of problems. We just saw a presentation on where our high poverty levels are in Allentown. We just saw that. So how can we even think about justifying a 4% millage? We already had a 27% increase, last year for our taxes. We did a 1.75. Whoa. You're blowing me away with the thought of taxing our families even more so when they don't even know if they're going to have food. Help me understand that.
So as it relates to the tax rate, again, this is a decision point that the board has to make every year, and we have these conversations every year. We know that our community is not one that we want to tax extra because of the financial conditions that we live under. However, the district does have a financial reality that has us as a deficit district, and the district has the ability to, within that 4% range, identify an increase to the tax base each year to address the financial needs of the district. So in our proposed budget, we increase the budget to the full local effort of the school district in the way that other districts across the Commonwealth are doing, knowing that they have to address the financial concerns especially post-COVID, where the revenue that comes from the state could even be less than what we're proposing in our current budget. Ultimately, that's a decision that will have to be made. Our recommendation is to increase to the full local effort. If the board makes the decision to reduce that to a lower rate, then it just means that there's an increase to the deficit commensurate to however we reduce.
So we're gonna freeze charter schools that might be coming from the state. Okay, so let's look at salaries of, you know, the top earners. Why can't we freeze those? Why can't we propose that? For those who are the top earners, the top administration, why can't we freeze their salaries? That would save us a lot of money. That's something to look at as well. You don't have to answer, but that's something to look at. Okay, I'm done with my questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Harris.
Thank you.
Mrs. Brace?
Yes, I had a question about the local taxes when so when you did the budget overview, it had the real estate taxes as, you know, around 99 million that we collect, right? 99, yeah. And that's a 95.5% collection rate is what we put into our budget plus the delinquent taxes. What does that 4.5% equate to that we don't account for that aren't paid?
Our total assessed value is around $109 million. So if we go to a 4% millage rate and we collected 100% of the taxes that we levied, we would bring in $109 million. So for every percent of millage that you change, it winds up to be around $1.1 million less.
Okay. And then when we, for the delinquent taxes, the amount, was it 4 million that you put in for delinquent taxes?
Yes.
What percentage of that is actually, is that the full amount from what should have been paid the year prior?
No, so that's a cumulative. That could be people who haven't paid taxes in 7 years and we have a settlement and they catch up, or we take less because they settle. That's the cumulative delinquent taxes. So yes, it would be people that didn't pay in 1920, but it may also be people that didn't pay in 18, 19, 17, 18, or 16, 17, and so on.
Okay, all right. And then the last question I had was the Allentown Public Library, we put $1.7 million in the budget for them. I quick checked on their website. So Allentown School District and Salisbury School District are the two that can apply for library cards through them. Do we know if Salisbury School District pays them as well? And if not, can our library committee people find that out? If Salisbury School District pays them a fee, like we pay a fee?
The last meeting we had, they were paying their fee.
Do you know how much it was?
I do not know, but I have to contact Renee Haynes, but they were paying.
Okay, can you find out how much they pay?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank
And
you.
Sarah, I can reach out to the Salisbury business manager and give Mr. Parker the information as well.
Okay, whoever. I would just like to know how much they're paying compared to how much
So,
we're
and
paying.
I want to make a clarification point about the library payment. We are a pass-through entity. We collect taxes on their behalf. So some of the millage that we collect is slated to go to them through code. So it's not an expense that we can choose not to pay. I just want to make that clear.
And is that through the county?
No, it has nothing to do with the county. It has to do with the way that the library was chartered. And I'm still trying to get clarification, to be honest with you. I'm still trying to get clarification on what we're obligated to pass through if we do a millage increase. Do we have to give, so if we took mills up 4%, do they get part of that 4%? And can we give them a collection rate, or do we have to give them 100% of taxes? There's some money there that we're trying to nail down. But again, probably we're still talking, even if we got everything that I talked about, it's probably around $200,000 to $300,000 of an impact.
And if I may add for a quick second, that's a conversation that was started with our district solicitor since the library board recently revised their bylaws and how they're organizing things. So it's probably best that we go through them and have Ms. Harris reach out to the executive director, and we can share internally what we found out. There is some discrepancy over amount paid. And in fact, the conversation about equity has come up on several occasions. So if we keep the same communication points, I think we can get you the information that you're asking for, Mrs. Brace, but doing it through our solicitor and our school board members.
Okay, that would be great. I have no problem with the library. I just want to make sure that it's, you know, spread out evenly.
Absolutely.
All right, that was all I had.
Thank you, Mrs. Brace. Mrs. Johnson-Watts.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to congratulate everyone that worked on this first presentation. I know a lot of work went into it. We did get to see a cover page of the budget template, and that looked like a great step in the right direction. And, you know, the points that were made and the information provided was very helpful. So that's all very, very good to know. And one of the things that, you know, as Finance Committee, when we get together to take a look at this, and, you know, this version is the first time I'm seeing this version tonight. I have said that this is a first step. It is a starting point for this conversation. One of the concerns that I have on the horizon are the conversation regarding whether or not the state will even permit for any type of increase on local taxes based on some of the measures that are being proposed in our state legislature. So that's something that we have to keep an eye on for either side of that conversation. The other is the timing of the actual funds from the CARES Act reaching our coffers. If you notice, it is listed in our budget for 2020 to 2021, meaning that it would be arriving after July 1. So that's something that we may still want to keep an eye out on, as to whether or not funds might arrive even sooner. And then the other thing is, as you mentioned in the presentation, the potential $3.9 million savings based on measures that are being proposed in terms of charter school reform. The other question that I have is, when will we on Finance Committee receive a copy, if not board as a whole, of an actual budget that we can hold on to and we can talk to more thoroughly, so that we are prepared for any discussion that may arise when we convene on the 28th of this month?
So the question at hand, Cheryl, is what budget can we hold on to? Because right now we have a public presentation that was given, and then we have the memo in here, but we don't have the presentation available publicly. Is that what you're asking?
You're muted, Cheryl.
Not even publicly, even just as committee members, co-chairs, simply because there are conversations that could be had if we actually know what numbers we're working from.
Okay, so I think I understand the question. So we will make sure that we provide you with the actual budget document as in prior years, the presentation is actually the broken out version of the budget document so that each one of the sub areas has a slide. So we'll make sure that you get a copy of the presentation as well as the condensed version to your email.
Thank you.
Is any other questions, Mrs. Johnson-Watts?
No, like I said, this is a starting point for the conversation, and so I'd rather just be prepared rather than having to rewind any presentation video.
Sure. So I know there's a lot of potential changes even in coming weeks between now and the board meeting as well in regards to information that could come in, you know, from the state and otherwise. So I just wanted to, I guess if you could, again, what we're doing tonight is we have to pass something tonight in the process by law. And I'll defer to our solicitor on this, as well as obviously Mr. Parker in the presentation. That timeline that's put out, you know, we're required to do a proposed final budget that is balanced, which is what we're putting forward for the board 2 weeks from now. So Mr. Parker, do you want to just kind of reiterate that and what the process is just for all of us?
Yes, so we'll reiterate the process. I don't know, Jen, if you can get the that process slide back up, and then the actual memo, which speaks to the resolution of what's being requested.
So I think the intent from the state law is to, you know, obviously provide public input and opportunity to have things out there, which doesn't necessarily mean this is even what we're going to be voting on, and who knows how much changes could happen obviously in the next 6 weeks between now and June 29th.
Yeah.
So I think just to kind of reiterate that from my perspective as I'm looking at this, I'm voting on a first draft, you know, kind of looking at it going, yeah, okay, it means something, but it doesn't mean everything, I think is kind of how I view it, just to put it in colloquial terms. So go ahead, Mr. Parker or Ms. Ramos.
So we expect significant changes between the proposed final and the final budget. The proposed final is more framework with significant work and significant conversations between this and the final budget. In a regular year, we would expect changes. In a COVID year, we absolutely expect additional changes based on the fact that we don't yet still have a 100% assuredness of what our BEF revenue will be, and we won't have that until the legislature actually pushes the budget, which we hear could be soon, but may even be a two-part budget that will give us what the beginning of the year financing would be, and then at some point November, December, potentially a second part of the year finance, and just a lot of unknown variables there that we'll have a better sense of here in the next few weeks. So this is our framework budget. This helps us meet the legal requirement to produce a budget to the community and to the state for display. It has what we know now as our revenue and expense numbers as well. In the presentation, we've called out a number of areas where we know that there are significant variants. Even if you, and I'll come back to healthcare again and again. We budgeted for a significant increase in healthcare, but we also know that in the past 3 months, the district produced an RFP, and we're having healthcare conversations in the district currently, and there could be significant savings there that we haven't budgeted for with this deficit number, but if those savings are realized, would significantly address some of the deficit. So a lot between now and the time for the final budget. So with that, Ms. Ramos, you want to take us through the actual memo?
Sure. The budget that we presented to you in detail over 38 slides had some major assumptions, which is what we're asking the board to consider in the proposed budget. Those assumptions are outlined in numbers 1 through 6, with the basic ed subsidy increase per what the governor put in his budget at this point, with the special education subsidy increase, with our state pension contributions, the charter school increase, a millage increase, and the full CARES allocation. Again, this is our starting point, and we're asking for consideration to move this forward so we can continue our work on getting our costs and revenue finalized for our June final budget presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. So I would entertain a motion to move this forward to the board meeting in 2 weeks.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Mrs. Grace.
I'll second that motion.
Second, Mrs. Wilt. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed?
Miss Phoebe, nay.
Lisa Conover, no.
Linda Vega.
Okay, so thank you, everybody. The budget does, this final proposed budget passes tonight to go before the board in 2 weeks by a 6-3 vote. Thank you. The next item, I'm sorry?
Yes, and I think I should be very clear about my statement about wanting a copy, and this is a conversation starter.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Johnson-Watts. The next item on the agenda is the monthly reporting of the budget status. That will be prepared for the board meeting on the 28th. And with that, I'll hand over the meeting to my colleague, Mrs. Johnson-Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Thiel. I am asking if anyone from the public would like to speak on non-agenda items. And looking over our attendee list, I see one hand has been up. And that is Enid Santiago. Is Enid Santiago there? If not, I don't see any other hands up.
Jose, can we make sure she's unmuted?
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute her, but it doesn't let me. She has to unmute herself now.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry. It's been such a long meeting that I almost forgot even what my comments were. So Enid Santiago, 1243 South Jefferson Street. I had a comment in regards to, let me see, I took some notes here. To the money that is to be borrowed. I'm just trying to figure out why are we continuing to go deeper into debt? I know last year we borrowed 10 million, only to find out at some point this year that we still had $8 million on the budget. That is a little bit worrisome for me. And I'm also trying to figure out if we just got $9.8 million from the CARE Act, what is that money going to be put towards? Can we use that money to kind of balance our budget a little bit rather than investing on something else? And my last thing is I had provided 25 questions at the last school board meeting and not one of them has been answered. I am wondering how long does it take for the questions that the public asks to be answered, or do they just not get answered?
And any other questions? Okay, I do not hear anything else. I saw the clock still ticking, so I wasn't sure. As I scroll through, I don't see anything raised. I do see on our end, Ms. Linda Vega.
So I'm curious to know too, can you hear me?
Now, yes.
So I was curious too, a lot of people keep asking about public comments. Are they supposed to get answered by someone at the end of the board meeting? What's our structure on that?
So I'll defer to the solicitor here a bit in terms of the statutory requirement. Traditionally, public comment is not answered by the board. If there are concerns, it can be directed to the administration to address. But traditionally, there's not an answer to public comment.
Yeah, I can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Yes, Ms. Vega, I recently put out a little memo on this as an explanation, but essentially the public participation as required by the law is public comment. There's no requirement to answer the questions. In fact, some of the difficulty with answering the questions in the context of a public board meeting is that you can get 9 different answers. So typically the questions that come in, if the board wants to direct the administration to get an answer to the questioners, that's typically the way that it's done in a more efficient and focused way. But in general, most school districts, including Allentown, have recognized the public participation sessions as an opportunity for the public to comment and not necessarily to expect an immediate answer or to engage in a dialogue that could really interfere with the progress of the business meeting. So the short answer to that is, in general, unless it's a very simple, quick answer, that we really should refrain from trying to answer the public's questions in this forum.
Okay.
Does that help?
No, it is very helpful, but I wanted the community to hear that answer. So when they don't get a response, they don't think that it's because we don't want to, it's because they have to address administration for an answer.
Yeah, well, I think the important thing is that the board should be listening to these questions and, taking them to heart. And I'm sure that that's the case. It's just not the forum to really to give answers, because as I said, you can ask these questions and get 9 different answers, and so that would not necessarily be a productive use of the time allotted for the business meeting.
Thank you.
I see Lisa Conover's hand.
Okay, I don't want to take up everybody's a lot of time, but I just want to say this. I want to ask if we can get that somewhere in writing, because when you're on the school board, you represent the school board when you go to different schools like LTRI-C, LCTI, places like that. And I've been at board meetings and I've had people people from the public come up and ask questions. And I've been in a position where the questions have actually been answered. And there's also, and the solicitor didn't speak. So my thing is, we really need, I mean, I'm not going against my board and I'm not trying to create dissension. But we need to have public clarity, because I don't know why we have a space, and this is for public comment, if there's never going to be a response, or you got to just keep coming to the board meetings and roll the dice and hope somebody's going to acknowledge that you asked the question. To me, I feel it's real disrespectful, and that's just me. That's how I feel. So I'm not going to go into it, but I just don't feel like that answer. I do understand that several board members may have a different, but can the board president, can we have a something? But to have somebody stand up, spend all this time listening to a presentation, ask a question, and then you turn around and say, well, it's our policy or our practice not to respond ever. You know what I'm saying? That's, to me, I just don't think that makes sense to me. I might be living on another planet, but it just doesn't make sense. And I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm sincere. And that's all I have to say.
As I scroll through, Ms. Santiago, I see your hand is still raised. Is this a separate comment?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I still had a minute and a half left, and I'm going to take that minute and a half to speak in regards to a taxpayer property owner in the city of Allentown that is sitting here in a meeting for, I think, like 3-4 hours. I don't even know how long I've been on this phone now, listening to a school board talk about how they're planning on raising my taxes again in the middle of a pandemic, a crisis, that I'm sitting here going out to feed the community out of my pocket and with the assistance of the community members every Sunday. Tell me that I have been wasting 3-4 hours of my day because you do not answer questions that are brought by the public. That, to me, like Lisa said, is disrespectful. It is upsetting. It is nerve-wracking that we could be told that we're just sitting here, I don't know, wasting oxygen. I mean, what is the point of having a public comment section if you're never going to address our concerns? I provided 25 questions from the community. I brought other concerns tonight on my own. However, I'm being told that my questions and the rest of the city of Allentown's questions that are paying the taxes for this school district are never going to be answered. That to me is ludicrous. I'm trying to find words, and I don't want to offend anyone, but I really cannot put them together right now. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I've been listening for hours to be told that our voice does not count. That is what I was just told by the solicitor, the superintendent, and anybody else who could back that statement up. Our voices do not count. The Allentown School District does not care. We are irrelevant. Our opinion does not matter. And that is not acceptable. And I am going to speak in behalf of myself, my wife, property owners, nonprofit founders, candidate for political office. That is not ever acceptable, especially on a school district that has a budget crisis like Allentown does, and that keeps her failing her babies. And we got to keep on looking for excuses to make ourselves feel better. Now we're being told that our opinion doesn't matter. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Santiago. And I just want to go to any old business items. So I have an old business item, and that is related to us having a community conversation as it pertains to the budget. I think that there is a time where we're going to go into the public meeting, and if we don't hear from members of the community as we just heard from now, we're looking to make a decision in a vacuum. So from an old business perspective, we just need to get clear with each other as to what our expectations are when we go before the public, especially as we prepare for this next budget decision. Do we have any new business items? Are there any grass catcher items? Being that there is no further business, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Make the motion.
A second.
Okay, Nicholas made motion, Nicholas Miller and Phoebe Harris second the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm sorry, I had technical difficulty. I didn't even hear what that was. I'm sorry.
We're trying to leave, Lisa.
Say it again.
We're trying to leave.
Say it again, I can't hear you.
Motion. May I? There was a motion to close the meeting. And
Oh.
it was, yeah, and it was Nicholas Miller made the motion, Phoebe Harris seconded the motion. And we were saying all in favor, and there were some ayes, but we didn't hear from everyone.
Aye. Thank you.
Any opposed? Okay, so it sounds as though all 9 have agreed that we can close this meeting now. Thanks so much, and to everyone, have a good night.